meeting of the OSC. Housekeeping matters first. Unusually, chairs sit here and say, in the event of a fire alarm, assemble, evacuate and assemble at the Windmill car park. There is going to be a test today at 12 o'clock. So provided it is at 12 o'clock when we hear the alarms, I think we could ignore those. If not, and it occurs at some other time, it's for real. The other matter, of course, is question of microphones. Make sure that you're speaking well into the microphone so that the people at home who are viewing this meeting can pick up every word, every contribution. We'll get on with the agenda. Apologies for absence. I think we do have apologies.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Worley-Hoggins, for who Councillor Jones is substituting, and apologies from Councillor Rolfe, for who Councillor Jenny Fradgley is substituting.
Thank you. Particular welcome to those two councillors, Councillor Jones and Councillor Jenny Fradgley. Presumably you've had a busy weekend. Disclosures of interest. Are there any councillors who wish to declare an interest, or shall I quickly pass over to the Deputy Monitoring Officer?
Thank you, Chair. This is rather a long message, so bear with me. This is from the Monitoring Officer. As members know, a delegation to the Monitoring Officer exists to issue dispensation to members within the Constitution where the criteria is met. The relevant item on the agenda relates to the South Warwickshire Local Plan, which is for consideration as detailed in the report by councillors at OSC today. As SDC councillors live in and or have land interest in the council area in which the SWLP may be adopted, it is appropriate a dispensation is granted to all OSC committee members. This is allowed to ensure the meeting remains quorate and that the proper business of the council can be conducted in accordance with council and good governance principles.
Thank you for that. We're legal. I'm going to take the executive decision, so to speak, and rearrange the order of the business slightly by moving now to item 4 on the agenda, which is public participation. I'm not aware that we have any questions put to us, and I don't think I can see any member of the public.
There are none. There
are none. In which case we can regard item 4 as having been dealt with. On to item 3. What I'm about to say is largely for the benefit of those people who are viewing and perhaps viewing for the first time, so that they understand the context in which we're having our discussion this morning. At our last meeting, when we considered the local plan, we made comments, we had debate and we made comments, and those comments were reflected subsequently to the meeting of the Joint Cabinet Committee. The Joint Cabinet Committee met, and as a result of their discussions, they made certain requests for changes in the draft local plan that had been submitted. The papers that are now before us, and which you've spent the last week, no doubt, poring over, incorporate the changes that the officers have worked upon since that last meeting of the Joint Cabinet Committee. The task that the Joint Cabinet Committee has tomorrow night is to consider the revised document, and to do so preferably with the benefit of the comments that will arise out of this meeting. So our task as the OSC in relation to this one agenda item is to decide whether there are further comments that we wish to submit and you want me to pass over to them at that meeting tomorrow evening. Given the tombstone of paper that we've had to read, I thought it might be helpful if I put forward a structure for this meeting for you to consider as the best way we might get through the meeting. And can I say to Councillor Littlewood in particular, who has concerns, that we should spend whatever time it takes, within reason of not needing our sleeping bags, to give this item the scrutiny that it clearly deserves. So my suggested structure for the meeting is first to ask John Careford to talk us through the differences between the draft plan considered originally by the Joint Cabinet Committee, and that which now lies before them and us. Second, we can then take the paper that the Joint Cabinet Committee is going to have to take tomorrow night, item 5, the supporting paper. There will be some overlap between what John is likely to say and what's in that paper, but there are differences as well. And I thought it would be useful to go through that paper to give members an opportunity to ask questions or seek clarification. And the third element of the meeting is open to members. Then, on the basis that we've gone through a structured process of what the changes are there other items, other issues that they want to seek clarification or ask questions for? And then fourthly, I will try and, as chairman, articulate the feeling of the meeting to encapsulate what you would like me to reflect to the Joint Cabinet Committee. Is that agreeable as a way forward? Yeah. Fine, thank you. In which case, I'd like to ask John if he would outline to us the differences between the plan first draft and draft 2.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, members. So perhaps if I just start in summary, the Joint Committee made a number of recommendations regarding some changes, amendments they wanted to see. In summary, there's about 9 or so. I'll just run through those and then can just talk around some of the more detail changes that resulted from those recommendations. So it was to remove some of the worst performing sites, and members, you'll be aware that the technical evidence that underpins the South Yorkshire Local Plan includes something called a HELA, which is a Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment, and that assesses the suitability of sites for potential development, and that applied a scoring approach. So that's where the reference to the worst performing sites is those sites that don't really fare particularly well in terms of the HELA that we were looking at to come out. The second issue was around the capacity of the strategic growth sites. You'll be aware, members, hopefully, that we appointed consultants to undertake some master planning work for those sites, just to give an understanding of how they might come forward for development to ensure that you could fit everything on that you need to fit on. Now, many of, if not all of the sites were also accompanied by master planning work prepared by the site promoters, and there was a general difference between the two pieces of work. Our consultants generally came in with a slightly lower capacity, and members of the Joint Committee preference was to really maximise capacity on sites in order to therefore reduce the overall number of sites that is needed within the plan period. We haven't quite gone with the maximum number that the developers have proposed, but we've gone on the whole for a midpoint. We think that's much more reasonable, and therefore by increasing the capacity on those sites, we can then take out some of the other sites elsewhere. Members are also keen that we considered, if you like, the reality of the situation we're in at the moment. Both councils, or neither council, can demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. As such, we're in national planning policy tilted balance territory, as it's known, and there will be a number of sites that both councils will have to be approving the next 6 months, 12 months, that perhaps aren't ideal, certainly don't correspond with the proposed South Warwickshire local plan. And members of the Joint Committee were keen that we acknowledged that supply, really, because again, any homes granted consent since 1st April last year do count towards the supply figures in the South Warwickshire local plan. So there's that. There's an inclusion for both Warwick and Stratford councils in the plan for that source of supply. There was also a general request to really maximise density on sites. Again, that comes from seeking to maximise the use of land, more sustainable. So there's new policy wording around seeking to do that. Again, if you can increase the density of sites, then overall you should be able to reduce the overall number of sites that you need. Particularly from Warwick colleagues, there was concern around references to a lot of highway improvements, and Warwick members particularly felt that the balance wasn't quite right in terms of the South Warwickshire local plan and references in the plan to sustainable travel. So what we've done, we've re-looked at those and really majored on active travel, the use of the sustainable travel hierarchy, which is essentially walking, cycling, public transport, car, in that order. So just to again help put the marker down that this plan is about sustainability. It's about 20-minute neighbourhoods. It's about trying to improve that connectivity and accessibility of sites. So that's been a key change throughout many of the proposals in the plan. You'll be aware, members, the ongoing issue of viability. It's a challenging picture. It's a mixed picture, and as a result of that, we've had to make some changes to the affordable housing requirements and the tenure mix of affordable housing. I'll come back to those 2 points in a moment, but you'll see slightly different approaches there. There was also a change with a new policy around heritage. Members of the Joint Committee didn't feel we'd got the balance quite right in respect of the amount of consideration you can give to climate, sustainability, energy performance versus protecting the heritage asset. So we've got a new policy there that strives to strike that balance and ensure that the public benefits of energy efficient buildings is taken into full consideration. And then the last main change was really around biodiversity net gain. We were previously seeking a 20% target. Because of the viability concerns, we've reduced that to 10%, although that's a minimum of 10% figure. I think I will just say that I think in reality it's likely to be exceeded because of the amount of open space that's being provided through all the strategic sites in any event, and you can not double count, but you can utilise open space for multi-purposes. You don't have to have the open space as well as your biodiversity per se. So there've been the main changes. I know, Chair, we'll go through the report in a bit more detail, perhaps focusing on the viability. Obviously, the report also covers out some of the sites that are coming out. If you turn to so we've got pages 15, which is table 2 of the report, So that lists the sites that are not proposed to be allocated. Members be aware that some of the policy references have now changed, because if we've taken out, let's say, site 3, and there's still sites 4, 5, and 6, we need to still be sequential. So the policy numbers have changed, but they're set out in table 2. Sorry.
This is on page 15 of the agenda item that the joint cabinet will consider tomorrow. So if you've got your joint cabinet papers with you, it's
Page 15.
yeah. Indeed, it is para 3.11.
So thank you, Chair. So they're the sites that we're taking out, and then on table 1, which is page 13, you've got the changes to the site capacities of the strategic sites. I just will highlight a couple of changes that are particularly pertinent to Stratford District. So, as I said, we've used the higher midpoint figures between our consultants' work and the developer figures. Some of our sites, there was no change, there was no difference. But also the fact that on 2 sites, so south east of Stratford and at Bidford, we've actually used a lower figure that's below the our consultants' figure, because we felt the scale of growth being proposed in those locations was a bit on the high side, so we've reduced those figures below the figures you've seen last time. So there have been reductions where some of the other sites there's been a slight increase. I think I'll finish, Jeff, that's right, just talking about the affordable housing changes. So on figure 1, which is page 19, you'll see if you've printed it in colour, you'll see a lovely colourful map. So this is taken from the viability report that our consultants did, and it identifies different housing market zones across South Warwickshire, and then the colour coding refers to the value of those zones. So the darker the green, the higher value of the zone, with the orange being a lower value zone. In addition to the viability report itself, which is Appendix 10, we've also prepared a position paper, a topic paper, which is Appendix 11, which just tries to set out the complicated position we're in respect of viability, and demonstrates how we're trying to be pragmatic to move forwards. It's particularly challenging because we're running a 25-year plan, and it's very difficult to do a viability assessment on a site now that is not going to come forward, or will still be coming forward in 20 years. However, we are obliged to do viability work for a local plan, so that's why we've done it. But as a result of the mixed viability picture, and as set out in Appendix 11, what we're proposing is 2 zones for affordable housing. Zone 1, which is the 2 green colours as shown on the map, which is all of Warwick District and a good, well, perhaps most of, or at least half of Stratford District. We're seeking 40% affordable housing, and then in Zone 2, which is the yellow and orange areas, we're seeking 30% affordable housing. We think that's a pragmatic approach. We think it also reflects the general amount of development coming forward in those areas. I know there are some strategic sites in those areas, but in the main, that's where development is being focused. And what the viability paper sets out is actually in the short term, we need to work with promoters, understand costs, understand the viability picture, very much seek what additional funding there is, grant funding, whether it's for affordable housing provision or for infrastructure, to make those sites viable. And what the paper Appendix 11 shows is actually the significant change in viability, even with quite modest grant levels. So we think we've got a robust approach. It's pragmatic, but there is obviously some uncertainty there. I think the viability concerns are driven twofold. First is it's the general state of the economy and the fact that perhaps sales rates are down, and the fact that build costs have significantly increased over recent years and months. And the two things together have driven a challenging picture, not just in South Warwickshire, but across the country. I was at a conference recently, and that was the same message being drawn there. The second point I'd note is that one of the reasons viability is so challenging in South Warwickshire is to do with infrastructure. We've sweated our infrastructure assets. The message we've had from residents, from parish councils, from members, yourselves, as well as from the infrastructure providers, is that we're at capacity. There is very little ability to improve, expand existing infrastructure. We're at the point where we need to provide new infrastructure. And the most cost-effective way of doing that is to provide it on sites, on strategic sites, because you get the land included within the package. So I think it's a case of, regardless of which sites we're looking to allocate, every site would have a major infrastructure price tag associated with it, and that's why I think we need to take a pragmatic approach to viability and deal with that moving forwards, to see what we can do corporately to assist in delivery, because without the infrastructure we can't deliver the significant number of homes that we're required to provide. So that underpins the affordable housing provision. I've probably strayed into your item 3, Chair, but I think that's the main changes. Members, Chair, thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, John. You have indeed strayed into item 3. I'm going to try and bring us back to the framework of our discussion. If you turn to page 9 of the paper that John's just been referring to, can we just hold the discussion of the question of viability for the moment? There, paragraph 5 on page 9 and 10, paragraph 5A to I indicates the changes that were requested, the areas for change that were requested by the joint committee, which John has just spoken about. Can I invite any questions or comments in relation to the changes which have been made before we get on to a discussion of viability? Is there anybody who would like to talk about those changes, points to be made? I don't see anybody. In which case, if something strikes you later on, perhaps you can bring it up under the general discussion. In which case, then, shall we move on to dealing with having a look at this paper as a whole? And it did strike me that the prime question, while the paper goes through and explains some of the differences, the changes that have been made, the prime question it devotes a significant proportion of its content to is questions of viability. And just for the sake of absolute clarity, can I just see if I've got this right? When we're talking about viability, we're not talking about whether it's possible to build these homes physically, that the ground structure is right or whatever, that it's physically possible that they could be viably built. What we're talking about, I think, or my understanding is, we're talking about from the developer's perspective and from the local authority's perspective, whether the site is financially viable. Will it lead, from the developer's point of view, will it lead to an adequate rate of return for their efforts in developing a site? And from the local authority's point of view, will it produce a mix of housing, a type of housing which meets the general need that's perceived to be evident in the locality? So will it do it at a reasonable financial return to the developer, not an extortionate? And of course, the financial viability is dependent upon how many of those homes can be sold for open market prices. So if a site was 100% open market price, that would maximize the return to the developer. On the other hand, if the site was 100% affordable sales, that they would be for lower prices, hence the revenue generated from the site would be lower to the developer, and somewhere in between is a fair return to the developer and an adequate supply of social housing to the council, which makes the sites viable. I'm going to just now quickly turn to John to tell me whether I've got the essence of the test of viability correct or not.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you're absolutely correct in respect of viability. I would just add that viability itself is not a test of soundness for the plan. It's whether it's justified or effective primarily, and it's whether so effective is it deliverable, and that's where the viability issue comes into play. Have we got a plan that leads to development that will come forward as we expect during the plan period? So that's how viability plays into this. But just to be clear, so there are 4 tests of soundness. You've got, is the plan positively prepared? So does it provide a strategy that seeks to meet our needs? Is it justified? Is it an appropriate strategy, taking into account the evidence and the alternatives? Is it effective? So is it deliverable? And then is it consistent with national policy? So they're the tests that the examiner will take into account and consider the plan against. Is essentially, is the plan fit for purpose? But viability is a key component of that, of the deliverability of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I've got 3 councillors who want to contribute. First was Councillor Crump.
Just after I indicated speak, Mr. Careford came out with a key word that I was looking for. That was deliverability. So I think that was the one thing I was making sure that was going to come out. And 2 seconds after I'd indicated, Mr. Careford said the magic word. So thank you.
Succinct to the point. Well done. Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yes, a very brief point. Mr. Careford's referred to Appendix 11, and I'm looking at page 29. It says Appendix 11 to follow, and I'm wondering which bit of paper am I supposed to be looking at, or indeed does it exist?
Did you want to say something? No. I can tell you the paper does exist. I have a copy.
Switch, if I can interject, it's quite a thin paper, so you might lose it, not see it. It's only a couple of dozen pages, but it has been published and should have been circulated.
Is that the viability position that you circulated the other day?
Yes. Yes.
That is Appendix 11?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, members. So you've got Appendix 10, which is the viability study itself, And then you've got Appendix 11 that's called a position paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only 9 pages. Copies are being handed out, just in case people haven't seen. Could I just have an indication from councillors how many are seeing this paper for the first time? So everybody's received it beforehand. Can take it that we don't need a brief adjournment for you to familiarise yourself with the content. No, okay, that's fine. Next requested to speak was Councillor Keithley.
Councillor Keithley.
Indeed.
Thank you, Chair. When you summarised what was involved in viability, you focused very much on market houses and affordable houses, Chair. Some of the sites required to deliver significant infrastructure alongside them. So I'd just like to get a clarification on how the infrastructure costs are included in the viability assessment. That might be a contribution to the road, a medical centre, a country park, all sorts of additional infrastructure that's required around these developments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That is a very good question, which will enable us to have an illustrative answer. So thank you very much for asking it, Mr. Careford.
Thank you. So, in preparing the viability study, the consultants liaise with the site promoters and sought to identify what the costs were, what the infrastructure position was, and have, as far as possible, tried to insert those costs into the study where they're known. The way the report or the model works is it's a residual model that provides a residual amount or a headroom that's then left over to be able to fund any additional sort of infrastructure, and that's where the viability comes from. So it's a typology-based approach. So I suppose there were two approaches. One around the strategic sites, which was where the sort of known infrastructure costs were loaded in, and then the typology approach, which was generic sites, where they've made if they've not got costs, they've made assumptions around those reasonable costs. I don't know if you want specific examples. Does that answer I don't think I've answered your question, have I?
Chair?
Carry
No,
on.
no, and I think probably as well, anybody watching this is also perhaps a little bit confused. So we talked about viability being based on market houses and affordable houses, and that was what you suggested. And my question for anyone and for those watching and myself is, in the viability assessment, are all the costs, the additional costs of infrastructure included? Because when you read the paper, it suggests you get to some sort of residual land value, and some of the residual land values drop into the negative after you've taken all the costs into account. So the simple question is it just affordable and market houses that are in the viability assessment, or does it include the costs of contributing to infrastructure and things like the relief road?
Thank you, Chair. So the work that's been done to date does include consideration of sort of on-site infrastructure costs. So that's things like secondary school provision, the health centres. They've adopted a worst-case approach by assuming that the sites that are hosting that infrastructure will be the ones that are paying for it. That's a worst case, because if you take an example like Southam, the development that's involved is really only generating sort of half the need for a new secondary school. So the additional development in surrounding settlements will need to contribute towards that. But at the moment, it's showing as a cost being borne purely by that development. In terms of things like cost to the strategic road network and the bypass, those are costs that we are still putting together. I think the key thing to understand with the local plan, we're in the process. Reg 19 is part of that process, but it's not the final, fully formed, here's everything we're going to need. There's an example I've given, apologies for repeating for those who heard it before, but in Cumbria, there is a new settlement that's currently at examination, 10,000 new dwellings, with an identified shortfall of £385 million. And that's got to examination. So it's like a chicken and egg situation. If you have your local plan, you have the basis for bidding for the money you need to deliver the infrastructure. If you haven't got the local plan and the certainty of sites that you're trying to promote, you haven't got that leverage with central government or other organisations to seek the funds that you would need to deliver development of the scale that we're looking at. Thank you.
You're happy with that answer? Understood. I've got Councillor Littlewood first. Councillor Littlewood.
Thank you, Chair. Carry on with the same theme as the previous question from. Sorry? Yes, covering infrastructure. It seems to me that two main source areas for housing development are Bidford and Long Marston Airfield. Both of those developments, and particularly Long Marston Airfield, relies on very, very heavy infrastructure costs, building new roads, but particularly both of them require building new bridges, made no doubt more costly because of the need to allow for boating to pass underneath them, so head heights go up. One of the tests of soundness is the deliverability, and that part of a most important part of deliverability is the financial support. What evidence is there, actual evidence is there, that can be pointed to for the deliverability of the total amounts of funding required? I understand that Long Marston Airfield Development Housing England are continuing to be supportive there, but they will not be able to cover the full amount, one supposes. So for the full amounts in both cases, where are the resources? Where is the financing coming from, please?
Can I just interpret your question? Because I do think that the paper that the Joint Committee is going to discuss is light on references to the plan, the relief road. And I think there is an implication in your question, in the point you're making, your question is, given that the financial support for infrastructure is fluid, there is the possibility that there will be calls upon the district council to provide some of that funding through borrowing. And I think part of your question, putting words in your mouth, Councillor Littlewood, is, and what are the implications for the council's finances? Would that be a fair assessment to make?
Chair, thank you. That is part of it, but I'm really looking at the PINS report on paragraphs 36 onwards, where the the inspector quite clearly states that there will need to be firm evidence in support of any policy.
Well, let's see what reassurance Mr. Careford can give us.
Thank you. So, in respect of the Western Bypass, the position hasn't changed from last time. In respect of, it is still the biggest risk in the plan. We accept that. Given the wider benefits that we think the road will provide, and given the positive ongoing discussions we're having, we think it's a risk that's right to take at this stage, that we'll continue to work to resolve it. I can't sit here now and give you a clear answer as to where the funding is coming from, because we do not know. But we are working to resolve that, and it may be that there's a role for the council to in that. As Mr. Nicholson said, we're not the only council in that position, and we are having ongoing discussions with Homes England. We've had a discussion with the National Infrastructure Bank, but whilst we're quietly confident, because of the size of the prize, if you like, it's over 10,000 homes at Long Marston itself. It's a further 2,000, nearly 3,000 homes at Stratford. We think we're confident that we can get the evidence, get the written confirmation that the inspector rightly said we needed. We knew we needed that, so it didn't come as a surprise. Our legal advisor has made the same point. So the next 6 months really is working really hard to get that evidence, so we can submit that to the examining inspector and say, yes, we have the confidence that we can deliver this scheme because we've got the confirmation in writing.
Thank you very much. I think that goes as far as we were reasonably right. Follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, high reward, high risk. I understand that argument quite well. However, we are on, as we have been told many, many times, and why we've only had a few days to consider the whole of this document, is we are on a very tight timescale. It seems to me it would be pragmatic, and I would like to hear, and I'm sure my residents would like to hear, of Plan B, because there must be a Plan B when you've got any risk situation, and this is a very high risk situation. We're talking on the two road schemes and bridges, we're probably talking in the order of 300 to 400 million pounds investment somewhere along the line. That is not an inconsiderable amount of money, even for national government. And so I urge you to have a Plan B, because in the next few months, weeks, you're going to be asked the question, and if the examination fails, then we have to a fallback position, and that is more critical than anything else, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Littlewood. Is there anything you can say, Mr. Careford, which would give comfort to those who have the doubt that the examination might not prove the plan sound? What would you envisage happening if that were to be the case?
Well, there are two potential outcomes. The worst outcome would be that the inspector says the plan is unsound, and the amount of work required is going to take so long to do that they advise that the plan is withdrawn, and then it would be almost back to square one, not quite square one. The second and more likely outcome is that we would pause the examination process. The inspector would say, I've got concerns with soundness. Let's say, for example, I'm not satisfied that the 4,500 can come forward at Long Marston because of the road. I'm confident that a certain quantum can be developed there without the road, but that leaves you with a shortfall. Council, what are you going to do about that? And that's where our sort of alternative sites come into play. The great work the team has done has been to assess a much broader range of sites. So we would call on those. The other benefit, of course, we've we've got some flexibility in the capacity of the existing sites. If you recall, obviously the developer figures are higher than the figures we're using, so it would be a combination of trying to find a different alternative or alternative sites to accommodate any shortfall from Long Marston or any other site that needs to come out of the plan. Obviously, we've got the technical evidence, the healer that I mentioned earlier. It will really depend on the scale of the shortfall, whether there are any other sites that promoters are still promoting that we think it's reasonable to look at in the context of Long Marston not happening.
Can I just follow up with another question of clarification? That process, your second scenario, can only take place in 2027 or onwards. Do we fall foul of the time limit of end of December for the current system? Do we then, can we move to Plan B, the alternatives, under the existing regulations under which the plan is submitted, or do we fall foul of tripping over into 2027's regulations?
I think under the second scenario, we can do it within the current plan. So the submission date is the 31st of December this year. So as long as the plan is submitted by then, we're still under the current planning system. I think in the first scenario I outlined, if the inspector felt that the scale of any change was so significant, I think it would be withdrawal and then start again under the new system. But pausing the examination, because examinations started and the plans was submitted on time, we would still carry on with perhaps a three-month delay, something like that.
Fine, thank you. An excellent question. Thank you, Councillor Littlewood. Councillor Crump.
I'm just going back to the viability point regarding infrastructure. Obviously, there's this, I can't think of a better phrase, but I'll use it, horse trading between the local authority and the developer of what can and can't be provided in terms of aspirational requests regarding education, regarding rights of way, regarding infrastructure, etc. Ultimately, the local authority wants to get as much money from the developer to pay for this infrastructure, and then the developer, obviously, they've got their own shareholders protect to make it profitable. So how do we come to a intermediate position, a compromise position, to say, well, we think this development should generate £1 million worth of infrastructure improvements, and the developer is saying, well, at the maximum for it to be viable, we're willing to pay 500,000. So there's a bit of a shortfall. So how are we getting as much as we can, for the residents that are having to suffer the pain of all these additional houses, so therefore they get some benefit, and how is that really negotiated between the two parties, making sure, one, we get the best for our residents, but two, to ensure it is viable and it goes ahead and we do get some infrastructure. So I think that's the question I'd like to answer.
I'm going to interpret that for the benefit of Mr. Careford, rather than he sit here and speculate about what might have happened, what might happen in the future. I wonder if he could outline instances where, because this isn't a new issue, where how has the local authority reacted and negotiated with what outcomes in relation to things that have happened in the past. I think track record speaks better than speculation.
Yeah, and again, I think evidence as well, what evidence has been provided.
Mr. Careford.
Thank you. Perhaps if I just say a few words and perhaps ask Mr. Nicholson to jump in if he's got any other further thoughts. So the whole point of doing a viability assessment for the plan is to set out in advance what the costs are, so that there are then no surprises when you get to a planning application, that the developer already knows what the expectation is. Clearly there are some viability challenges, and the reason affordable housing is often the one variable or the prime variable is not just because of the impact it has on viability, but in some respects the other costs are sort of fixed in respect of the building a school costs what building a school costs. It's very difficult to change the costs there. Now the challenge is those costs have significantly increased. So it's trying to set out what all those costs are. Now, where there will be debate, and is quite often debate, in previous examples, is that it's whether the ask is necessary. And I know in the past, the NHS, for example, has often sought contributions, like a commuted sum payment, and certainly appeal inspectors said, no, that's not been justified, I'm not going to require it. So it comes down to negotiation. It really comes down to understanding what infrastructure is critical to make the development go ahead, because the phasing, the timing of the infrastructure can have a big impact on cash flow, which can have a big impact on the overall viability. And that's where our sort of pragmatic approach hopefully will reap benefits, because if we can take a more proactive approach in assisting with, if there's needs forward funding or anything like that, then it may be that whilst the developer can't afford it from the outset, there's a way of getting to a viable development and perspective. And accompanying the South Yorkshire local plan is something called an IDP, an infrastructure delivery plan, and that is the sort of, I'll call it a shopping list, but a shopping list suggests it's a bit more desirable. It's a list of infrastructure that we think is necessary to make the plan happen. And as I said earlier, this is the real challenge we've got. We've sweated the assets, so there is there's not much wiggle room at all in respect of the infrastructure, because we need the infrastructure. We also need the affordable housing. Yeah, the affordable housing evidence does suggest the figure of sort of 56% of need. Obviously, we're providing a figure lower than that. That's acceptable, but we're mindful of not going too low, because then yes, you might come to a viable position with a low affordable housing, but you're then not meeting your affordable housing levels. So it's trying to strike that balance. But Mr. Nicholson, anything that you want to add on that point? Thank you.
Yeah, again, I think it comes it comes back to the key point that if we have a Regulation 19 local plan with the settled sites that we're looking at, not just the 24 options or however many it is that we've looked at, that provides the basis for ongoing discussions with the promoters. So we know, for example, at Southam, we know that there's a need for a new health facility, there's a need for secondary school, there's a need for additional primary school provision, etc. So if we have the Regulation 19 plan and those promoters have the comfort that their site is allocated, that provides the basis for ongoing and more detailed discussions with them around viability and deliverability. It also provides the basis for discussions with Homes England, because it shows that we are, they have certainty in terms of the sites that we are trying to allocate as well. That will help with Long Marston. And I think the key thing is, whichever sites we allocate, we'd be having the discussions around viability and infrastructure, because all the sites that we've identified have significant infrastructure challenges, because we're trying to move away from that sort of dispersed growth of sort of 10 to 100 houses, which, house builders will happily keep building those. The challenge is to get the sites that deliver the secondary schools and the other infrastructure that we now so desperately need.
Thank you for that. Just one before I come to, I think Stuart was next. If not Stuart, it's Councillor Passingham. Just one point I'd draw some attention to, and I know it's analogous, it doesn't actually hit your particular point, but you want some reassurance about the negotiating capacity of the council in relation to infrastructure financing in the future. My point of information, and John will know the numbers better than I do, but the current target of affordable housing of 35%, if you look at the average number of affordable, the average proportion that is actually delivered, it is, from memory, it's of the order of 29%. In other words, there is always need for compromise in the face of facts, but in essence, the local authority has stood firm, pretty firm on its affordability proportions, and has got very close to its target. I think that's a good performance. That gives me some confidence that the points you make, the doubts you raise, are noted and will be addressed. If I've got my order right, Councillor Keithley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, that was a really useful intervention by Mr. Nicholson. My question is a sort of, it's difficult to frame, but when I was, sorry, Chair, it's just through the chair. I was talking to you, really.
I'm just trying to get my order of speakers correct.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. So trying to frame my question, and it relates to what Councillor Crump said about negotiation, the ability of the council to negotiate. We are in a private sector area with these developers, and when I read the viability report, it suggested to me, I'm looking over at Mr. Nicholson, he's going to add something to this, hopefully, suggested to me that there needed to be still some competitive tension between developers and landowners in order that we can strike the best possible deal. So I just wonder whether or not Mr. Nicholson could just comment on the importance of that and how we make sure that we've got sufficient choice, rather than all our eggs in one basket where we're held to ransom.
Mr. Nicholson.
I think so. In terms of competitive tension, I think that will always be there. If the local plan is not found sound by the inspector, then that potentially creates difficulties for all the sites that are in the local plan. So I think we have still got some room for negotiation. Also, the key thing with the viability work is that we're asking promoters to be transparent in terms of what their expectations are in terms of their return on the land as well, which also provides a basis for then discussing the headroom for infrastructure provision. So if promoters are telling us now that they think they've got the headroom to provide the infrastructure we're looking for, that it makes it harder for them to then, unless market conditions change again, it makes them harder for them to then draw back. So again, I'd come back to the point that with the plan, we have the basis for that sort of more serious negotiation with the promoters who know that they're in the plan. It's in their interest to comply with the plan. So even if they're bringing applications forward slightly early, which some of them might do, again, to give the inspector comfort that the schemes will proceed, the developers will still need to be working so that their scheme is in compliance with the emerging South Warwickshire local plan.
For that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That's useful.
Thank you. Councillor Passingham.
Yes, thanks. Can I glean from this that viability has taken priority over some of the other tests, and then there were sites that originally you thought would meet the needs of the people of Stratford district better, but you've had to drop those because of the viability issue and the achievability of those sites?
Mr. Nicholson to deal with that.
Yeah, thank you. The viability work looked at a number of sites before we'd committed to the sites that we've got. It wasn't a factor in terms of, oh yes, let's go for this site rather than that site. It just informed the work. I think the reason the viability work has taken such prominence is because of the results that came out of the work. Really, I was thinking, we're predominantly looking at greenfield sites. We're in a relatively prosperous area of the West Midlands, and then we start to get we start to get results feeding through that are highlighting problems, which was, that was a surprise to me. This is a national issue. We're at a certain point in time with the economy. We all know that the housing market is cyclical. We're obviously at a lower end of the cycle. But what I would say is that viability wasn't a key factor as to whether or not we went for a site. We were looking at a range of other factors, I think.
Follow up? Yep.
But I mean, so if the sites aren't viable for the developers, they're not going to get built according to what you're saying. So does that mean that the plan is developer-led?
I suspect there's one or two people prepared to answer that question. Mr. Nicholson has indicated.
I don't think it's promoter-led. It just means that we need to drill down more to understand why Aspenwell Verde feel that some of these sites aren't viable. They've used a very high-level tool. I mentioned the example of St Cuthbert's in Cumbria, where there's a £385 million deficit on a 10,000 dwelling scheme, a new settlement. That's at examination at the moment. So there's an inspector happily reviewing a local plan with a £385 million deficit, but the local authority have demonstrated that they are taking action to try and address that through an application for funding. So it's not promoter-led. We are, and again, I come back to the point that all the sites that we've looked at have infrastructure challenges, and some of them had viability challenges as well. Some of them greater than the ones that we're looking to allocate. But the viability assessment, the focus of that is on the plan that we are putting forward rather than those optional sites.
Can I say that I've been involved with the preparation of this plan since the beginning, in a tangential sort of way. My impression just as an ordinary councillor member is that this plan has been formulated from the basis of planning principles first and foremost, based upon masses of evidence to do with the housing market, the economy, local employment, etc., etc., and that the question of viability and developer interests is very much necessary, but as an adjunct. I don't think it's fair to say that this is developer driven plan. What I would say is you can't have a plan without the cooperation of developers. So you can take your own point of view on that, but I'm satisfied in my own mind that I know which is the dog and which is the tail. Did you want to say something on that particular point?
If I may.
Sure.
Thank you, Jim. Just to reiterate, so we have taken some sites out of the plan, but that they've not been from a viability perspective. They've been from a suitability perspective. I'd also just reiterate what Mr. Nicholson said, that when we've spoken with site promoters, they are still positive that they can make their the schemes stack up, that it's viable. So there is, I suppose, a slight disconnect there, because you've got in many ways, whilst it's grounded in realism, it is a sort of theoretical academic study, because it uses generic assumptions. In the real world, a developer will have their own costs, and for whatever reason may be prepared to diverge from what we're assuming. So this is the thing. The challenge we've got is that viability is very mixed here, and that's why we didn't want to use it as the if you like, the defining tool. We've got a plan that works on the raft of technical evidence, and the viability is one component of that. The planning guidance is clear that viability shouldn't really impact on sustainable development, but it is, just to be clear, members, it is a key consideration, because, as I say, we have to have a plan that's deliverable. And where we think we've got to is a plan that, by acknowledging the viability and acknowledging the role and different measures that we can take, we can work with promoters to ensure that we've got sites that are viable. And in Appendix 11, there is a list of some of the measures, toolkit, if you like, that we can consider to help us work through the viability issues. And as I said earlier, one of the key ones is about grant funding. And if you look at in Appendix 11, you can see the impact that grant funding can have, and that's even with quite small levels of grant funding per unit, it can have a massive impact. So yeah, I think it's just understanding that there are risks associated with this. We don't have a plan that is fully that's fully viable in that sense, but that's part of the wider context we're operating in. The other point I just wanted to make, Chair, if I may, is just to bring members' attention to the fact we have amended the tenure mix for affordable housing. Apologies, I should have mentioned this sooner. So in May, we were proposing a 70-30 split in favour of social rent and shared ownership. We're now proposing 60-40 in favour of social rent and shared ownership. Now, the reason for that change is because of the impact that tenure has on viability. So it's all to do with the transfer value, the amount of money that a housing association will pay a developer for an affordable unit. They will, because the housing association can charge a higher rent, they will therefore pay a developer a higher value for a shared ownership rent product than for a social rented product. We did test a lower rate. We tested, I think, 50-50, and obviously that improved the viability position, as you'd expect. But this plan is not just about viability. This is about delivering sustainable communities. And as I said earlier, we do have a high level of affordable housing need, and we thought that a 60-40 split, which is similar to what we've got at the moment, struck the right balance between considering viability, but also ensuring that we're still delivering on affordable housing. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that. And I know there are people who want to comment on that, but Jo has been waiting a long time to make her contribution.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was just to pick up on the earlier comment about resources for kind of negotiating and some of the things that Mr. Carford mentioned in relation to the toolkit in viability and things that we need to move forward with. It was just to mention that we are looking at resources across the department about how we can best manage the delivery of the strategic sites and the new settlement within the district, you know, not just over the next period to get through examination, you know, but we're all very aware, of course, that plan making is the first stage in a long planning process. There's obviously the whole development management aspect to follow with planning applications and then on-site delivery. So we're very alive to the fact that putting a line around a plan in the Regulation 19 document, there's still a very, very long way to go to get kind of spades in the ground and delivery happening. So it was just to flag up really that it's a piece of work that we're currently looking at in terms of how we can resource that, both at obviously the officer level, specialist officers, and also at the political level as well. So kind of putting structures in place to look at how we can manage the next stages of the process and also then that long-term delivery of the strategic sites within the plan.
And you've got all the fun of local government reorganisation to look forward to.
Yes.
Thank you. Next to speak was Mike Rice.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to hear from Mr. Nicholson that he was surprised at the viability assessment. I think I would say that I was quite shocked. I mean, leaving aside the fact that Henley, Tanworth and Earlswood are apparently in Zone B, from where I'm sitting, the viability assessment seems to bring into doubt the viability of the government's policy in this area. Because if one of the most expensive housing areas in the country cannot support a plan such as this, I just wonder, you know, what areas could. But leaving that aside, you're waiting for a question, Chair. And my question is, how bad is the infrastructure in South Warwickshire to make the viability assessment so marginal?
That's a broad question. I don't know whether it's reasonable to expect. Yeah, fine.
I think,
Mr. Nicholson's going to have a go.
thank you. I think Mr. Careford made the point about we've had development, historically high rates of development as well, and the existing infrastructure is at capacity. So when we've been having conversations with the education team at county, it doesn't matter which locations we're talking about. There is a need for additional secondary school capacity to help support growth. In terms of the road network, we all know that I'll say the condition or the sort of baseline in terms of highways. So the modelling work has been really useful in terms of identifying the additional mitigation that would be required to help accommodate the growth that the housing numbers that the government is requiring will bring, and they've compared that to the sort of baseline growth by 2050 to help identify where the mitigation is required. In terms of health, again, the Integrated Care Board and Trust have been helpful in terms of identifying the needs there. We know in terms of things like wastewater treatment capacity, there's a need to keep building the infrastructure there as well. So are we sort of atypical? I don't think we are. I think every local authority in the country that's facing growth is also facing challenges in terms of making sure the infrastructure is fit for purpose.
I think that's as full an answer as one can reasonably expect. Councillor Jones.
Brilliant to have IT support, thank you. So other councillors have very comprehensively covered questions I had about infrastructure. However, I did want to ask another question about our viability calculations. So in the previous iteration of the viability report, and indeed in Appendix 11, we note that not all of the site promoters engage with Aspinall Verdi, and as such, generic cost assumptions were used for some of the calculations that were made. My particular question is, how many of the site promoters did engage? Was it the majority or was it just some? The reason being, I'm curious about how robust generic cost assumptions are in a world with supply chain disruption, volatile energy costs, and I wanted to understand what impact on viability only partial engagement may have had with our calculations. Thank you.
The question is reliability.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to give a number because if I get the number wrong, we'll be criticised. But I think that the vast majority of the promoters that we asked them to engage with directly did respond and did provide that information. We only asked them to engage as per the guidance with those promoters where we knew infrastructure would be required. That the sort of benchmark was, if a site is delivering a secondary school, you need to talk to them. Their advice was, if it's just a primary school, they can deal with that through the typology-based approach. So yes, the majority did engage. In terms of the cost assumptions, we also took advice from AECOM on costs as well. So they sort of provided an independent view, and Aspinall Verdi did a sort of exercise comparing the different assumptions across the responses they had to come up with a reasonable figure. And we also had advice from county as well in terms of things like secondary school and primary school provision. So lots of information to go at.
Thank you. So that was pretty reasonable reassurance. However, as with any information, it isn't black and white absolute. It's a matter of interpretation. So in addition to the question you raised, there is the question of the officers having to make an interpretation as well before they come to a conclusion. Councillor Littlewood was next.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to the issue of shared ownership, and on Mr. Careford's briefing on Friday morning last, this was an issue that was brought up by several councillors, and I'm in agreement with the comments that were made. The view that shared ownership is preferable to first-time buyers seems a little bit of a strange statement to make, and that was the suggestion on Friday, because even the national government's looking into shared ownership issues, mis-selling. It comes up as well, but couples who go into a one-bed shared ownership find themselves locked in. Nobody wants to buy it because of the costs involved. They find they have huge bills at the end of it. The contracts are fairly punitive, and so a high proportion. I understand the point made by the developers and the costs that they get. You know, the money they get back, but I think if we forget about the fact that this is a government-led strategy for us to build houses for residents currently outside of the catchment, and we look at local people in their 20s and 30s and sometimes into 40s who are struggling to get onto the housing ladder, then I think we really need to be very, very careful how we promote shared ownership. I think there are issues there that, as I say, central government is addressing, and I would like to see a far, far lower number, frankly, and I think that was a general view, but I stand to be corrected. This all comes down to the viability, so that's point one, and point two is comes down to the viability. And I was in the full report on viability. There was a table in there, and I can't actually locate it now, which looked at the resale values in the regions of the sectors that have been laid out. My ward is in Tyso, and that comes into Zone D, I believe, which obviously folds into Zone 2 of the other report. And the suggestion there that a 5-bedroomed house with a garage could be purchased for between 500,000 and 600,000. If I could find some, I would buy them, because you can't find anything under 1.2 million in that description. So what is the veracity of that data?
So I think there is, apart from that last question about remarkably valued housing, the interesting question, I think, is the value point, which Councillor Littlewood is quite right in saying is raised by more than one councillor on Friday at the briefing, was about shared ownership. And on the one hand, you could argue that this isn't a problem because the market will decide. On the other hand, you might say, putting it at its worst, some people may use unscrupulous methods of marketing shared ownership. So I wonder if one of the officers could paint a picture of what proportion of affordable housing goes under the banner of shared ownership at the moment. And when we talk about up to 40% rather than 70-30, rather than 60-40, rather than 70-30, is there any predilection towards what proportion of the 40% shared ownership is intended to play?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that the key point is that it's a minimum of 60% social rent and a maximum of 40% shared ownership. So it can only go one way in that sense. With shared ownership, the experience we've had is it really depends on the type of unit. So shared ownership flats do not sell very well, are not there's very little demand for shared ownership flats. It's 2 and 3 bed shared ownership homes that there's been a lot of demand for, and I think that's the key point, is making sure that we get the units right. So if you're offered, for example, a lot of 1 bed shared ownership flats, it's saying, well, we're not going to accept those because they won't be utilised. And I think it is having those discussions with both the primarily with the registered providers to understand what their sense of the need or the market for such units is, because if the market and the demand isn't there, then they won't take them either. But I think the crucial point is it is a minimum of 60% social rent. There are also some other affordable products and tenures which we're not specifying because they have got their own issues. But again, as part of the pragmatism and flexibility in the plan, we can consider if it turns out that yes, they can't provide the shared ownership. We can't provide further social rent, but things like affordable rent, discounted market sales, all those can play into the mix as well. Just to follow up on your second point, Councillor, I did. It wasn't comprehensive. I did look at some of the sales values that they'd been looking at, and they did seem broadly consistent in for the examples I looked at. But as I say, the general housing market is quite stagnant at the moment. I think it will increase and improve. But obviously, we can't presume that per se. But as Mr. Nichols said, the viability study is very much a worst case scenario, and one of the key factors the consultants haven't taken into account, and rightly so, is sort of any premium that can be applied to the large scale sites that create their sort of own value area. And I'm sure that would be the case in places like Bidford and Long Marston, where if you've got this new community, it's very difficult to ascribe a value from a small village to that area. So, as I say, the viability position is, in many respects, a worst case scenario.
Just to comment, the distinction between those who buy a flat on a shared ownership basis can be very different from those who buy a house, 3-bedroom house, because the flat dweller may well see that as a transitory transaction, i.e. they intend to move to a larger property as their circumstances changed, so they intend to sell, whereas some who buy shared ownership as a 3-bedroom, let's say, that's their forever home, and they intend to staircase upwards rather than move. All speculation, I know, but as ever, the argument isn't all on one side, so to speak. Councillor Couchy wanted to speak.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to briefly state things which I think we all know. Obviously, the plan is for a 25-year period, and clearly we want to make sure that the development in the plan is spread throughout the whole of the plan period. So one of the things that I think we have been very, very consistent about, and John Keff has mentioned it, is that infrastructure is absolutely crucial here. We just can't go on building houses and not actually providing the other facilities that are required, and so that is really important. But we have insisted, I think, that there is a degree of robustness in relation to viability that's not all on the developer's side. There are certain things that we do require and will have to be afforded for it. And obviously, the viability statement we have at the moment is a snapshot in time, and we have 25 years going forward. We also have potentially differing funding streams that may come on stream as well. So I think in terms of what is presented here within the plan is a realistic prospect at the moment, which we believe that can be found to be sound when we come in front of an inspector.
Thank you for that. Councillor Crump was next.
Still on the viability. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. One, I think it was right that we question the viability and how robust the process and whether we've got enough resources to do that or to bring in consultants. And I think that's right as the Scrutiny Committee. My point goes on a bit further to do with Section 106 viability reviews, because I know that we have done in the past, and I've got one case that I know about where the council is likely to be receiving some additional money in regards of what was classed as, I think, best phrased as excess profit after the viability study. I think it's important that we do those, and it's important to know, we mentioned earlier about a track record of experience, and Mr. Careford said about different experiences in terms of viability, etc. So it'd be interesting to know whether, and I know the answer will probably be, well, all cases have to be taken on their own merits, but is there a track record of developers putting forward viability assessments and requests for lower affordable housing mixes, etc., and their figures coming out pretty on target? And is that track record taken into compared to other developers that sometimes plead poverty, and in the end that the development provides a lot more profit than anticipated? So I think that's a fair question.
Yep. Go beyond that slightly. Are you able to say when a developer who's got a consent has got for a particular proportion comes along and says, I need to vary this because of viability, could you outline the process that the council goes through as part of those discussions as to whether to accede to that request or not?
And I think it's the post as well, post development of that that development, to say, well, yes, we have reviewed this. You said you've had to reduce the viability because of X, Y, and Z, and in the end, we've done that. But then there's excess profit, so making sure that.
Yeah.
I'm not the planner in the room, but I can talk about Long Marston Airfield and the first 400 homes that we had on Long Marston. Because as the report talks about, we need grant funding to take some of these sites forward. We needed grant funding of 13.4 million that we got through the Marginal Viability Fund to take Long Marston first 400 through. Included within the Long Marston, there's a reduced affordable housing requirement. I think it was 17.5% and not 35%, so it wasn't policy compliant at the time. But to try and capture the point that you're talking about there, we have got an overage agreement in place on that particular scheme, and we have included colliers on retention paid for by the developer ever since that scheme was commenced, to ensure that if there is what's called super profit in excess of 20%, then the council can benefit from that and invest that in itself into future affordable housing schemes. Now, I'm sure such similar arrangements would need to be in place if we're going to draw down grant funding to ensure that, as you're right, the developer doesn't make super profits on particular developments, and there is that wash up at the end of the run. We're getting very close to that now in relation to Long Marston. We'll be able to see what the results of that will be.
So there we have one instance where the system does work, so to speak. Is there anything, Mr. Nicholson, you'd like to say in general about ensuring that developers don't make excess super profits?
Yeah, I think that sort of goes outside my experience in terms of following up on current applications. But in terms of what the local plan's trying to do, it has got provision for clawback in various sort of situations. So, for example, if I think if the tenure mix is different from what was envisaged, that kind of thing, there are provisions in there for clawback. So we're at least trying to set the basis in the local plan for having those conversations down the line when schemes have been delivered.
I think that's the keyword clawback, and I think that's about as much as we could reasonably expect.
Yeah, and so I think it's reassurance that, we look at track records, we look at performance in terms of what they're saying, and we've got something in there in terms of, as Mr. Buckland, I nearly called him Councillor Buckland there, sorry David, mentioned about Long Marston and a bit about overage, and I think the Section 106 viability review process that still needs to be maintained, and I've got some assurance about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Passingham is next.
Yeah, talking about grant funding, I assumed that social and affordable housing would have a standard grant funding allowance that given by the government, but it seems that's wrong. Can you tell me what the process is? Does the council have to apply for grant funding? Do the housing association, to the developer? And is there any rules about it then that we need to understand when we're talking about viability of these various sites?
Can we have a quick teach-in on viability and affordables and grant funding from the government, please?
So I don't know the full details, but it would be the housing provider will often seek. Well, there's two ways to get grant funding. It's either the housing provider seeks it, so the housing association, and they have established relationships with Homes England, but they can also get funding from, for example, ourselves. We have 106 monies that we often use to, if you like, top up a number of schemes where viability is an issue. So the affordable housing provider itself can seek that funding, or the developer can also seek the funding as well, both from Homes England, but also from, for example, the West Midlands Combined Authority, if it meets the particular criteria for the available fund. I think we as a district, not we've had a good track record of providers gaining that funding and using it to deliver the high levels of affordable housing we've achieved to date. And quite often we've seen additionality being provided where we've exceeded the 35% affordable housing requirement on site. In respect to the grants themselves, I'm not aware that there's any fixed. There may well be a sort of maximum, but again, it goes down to viability, because if Homes England only need to provide £10,000 of grant funding per unit, they're not going to over provide that, because they can then use that money elsewhere. So, as I say, the size of the funding per unit, it could be 10,000, it could be 50,000. It all depends on the viability of the scheme itself, the additionality, the importance of the scheme, and there are different funding pots. Some are based on if the sites are brownfield, for example. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and as I say, we've got a strong track record of receiving that funding.
It sounds quite random to me, and it must make it very difficult to work out the viability if you're having to subsequently do all this negotiation and get a grant funder officer to try and work out if you can get grants.
Well, I think, as you've hit the sort of nail on the head there, in the sense that viability is a very mixed picture, and this is why the consultants haven't made any assumptions in their study regarding grant funding for these very reasons. And that's why, as Mr. Nichols said, it is a really a worst case scenario. If I just draw your attention, members, to the Appendix 11, there's a table in there. Just bear with me. I'll just get the right page. So it's where's it gone? Yes, it starts on page 144 of the agenda, or page 5 of that appendix, and then moves on to page 145. If you look at the continuation of the table on page 145, so what you've got, if you look at the baseline column, which is a sort of central middle column, that was the sort of starting point for the testing of viability. And as you can see, there's a number of sites there that are showing as being unviable. But for example, 50, if you look at typology 29, so 50% is unviable based on the baseline position. You then move across. If you made some tweaks to benchmark land value, you can achieve 17% affordable housing. If you made some tweaks to the level of community infrastructure levy that the site pays, you could achieve 25%. But if you apply some grant funding, you could go back to achieving 50% affordable housing. So this is the real challenge we've got, is that a relatively small tweak or adjustment to to viability inputs can have a massive impact on viability.
Thank you, Councillor Passingham. I think your question very neatly draws the distinction between an art and a science, if not a dark art and a science. Do we have any other questions about viability? I think we've given that a thrashing. Fine. Can we move on to any other questions councillors would like to raise in relation to the paper that the joint committees are going to consider?
Oh, sorry. I'll just hang on.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, carry on.
I'm asking this question against a background of potential failure to meet the December deadline. How much actually have we spent to date on preparing the South Warwickshire local plan, and how much therefore would be wasted if it doesn't go through later this week and if we don't meet the December deadline?
I think there are two questions there. How much has been spent? Yes. And if it doesn't proceed, how much would be considered to have been wasted? Would be a different number, I suspect. John.
I don't have those figures to hand. We can get them for you, Councillor. But we're within budget. I think that the key point is understanding what we would have to redo if we were to not submit by 31st of December. Yes, there would be a delay, but the main bulk of costs on the plan and any plan is on the evidence base. I think there would be some updating of some of the technical studies, but not all. They certainly wouldn't need redoing. So in that respect, I don't think money would be wasted. Obviously, the biggest wastage, if you like, would be the staffing input to the fact we've proceeded down this route that has ultimately not been fruitful. But obviously, those costs are part of the corporate cost in any event.
I think from memory, the budgeted item originally for the preparation of the local plan was 1.6 million of external costs, basically. Councillor Keithley.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is a slightly different subject. It's about brownfield. Now, John had just mentioned funding for brownfield in the discussion about viability, and David has mentioned the money that we had up front for developing the Long Marston airfield. And some of my residents are sort of saying, well, how do we know that we've exhausted the opportunities for our brownfield development as we're prioritising those before we start placing housing development on greenfields? And I think that's a fair question. So I did look into this, trying to look for the evidence of that, so I could satisfy myself that I could tell them that we had a robust analysis, the sort of evidence that an inspector might look for if it was coming in front of him, Chair. So it's about the evidence, really. It's about what is the total realistic brownfield housing capacity that we have in the district. Can we demonstrate systematic assessment of that? and demonstrate, therefore, that we've taken very much a brownfield first approach to this being a priority. So I've got a question that I've written down so that I get it right, and it's really around what evidence have we got that demonstrates that we've comprehensively identified and assessed and prioritised all the available and deliverable brownfield opportunities before concluding that large-scale investment in housing needs to go onto greenfields. Now, it's been quite hard to bring that together as I've looked for it through the HELA and through individual site assessments and the brownfield register that we have. So I'm wondering whether or not there is somewhere that evidence comes together so that I can give assurances to residents in my ward that we've addressed it. Thank you, Chair.
Brownfields, how important and what proportion? Joe?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so you're right, Councillor Keighley.
Joe, could you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
The HELA is the key piece of the evidence. But what we did before that, and quite early on in the plan-making process, is what's called an urban capacity study, and that is on the technical evidence webpage. So that looked at where there was potential brownfield opportunities within the urban areas of the main settlements. So those sites that were identified through that study were then also fed into the HELA work, in addition to all of the core sites and other sites that both councils were aware of as potential development opportunities. And as part of the HELA process, whether the site was brownfield or greenfield was part of the kind of assessment profile that was made of each of the sites, and each sites were given different scores, and each assessment gives a different score for each criteria. So it was factored into the HELA sites assessment. It's not the only factor, obviously. There's lots of things that go into an assessment of a site to come with a judgment balance as to whether it's appropriate for development and how high up the priority list it goes, but it certainly was factored in and given a high kind of status to that respect in terms of whether if it was a brownfield site.
Are you reassured?
Well, I'm reassured that the work has been done, yeah, but I'm still not sure where I'm going to find the consolidated evidence that I can put to my residents that says, yes, we looked at 5,000 sites.
Can I just hold you there?
Yeah, you can hold me on hold.
You've got the gist of the question. Where are the specifics? Councillor Keighley and no doubt others would prefer to know.
Okay, well, as far as I know, there isn't a document that specifically says these are all of the brownfield sites that we're putting in the plan. It's going back to the HELA assessment and, looking at which sites have been pulled through that are brownfield. But you're right, Councillor Keighley, there isn't a document that is just about the brownfield sites. It's in various pieces of evidence, and to some extent you have to follow that trail through to then see which sites that have been brought forward that are brownfield.
So, just trying to make sense of that for Councillor Keighley's point of view. The council knows where all the brownfield sites are within built-up areas. Number one.
Yes, through the urban capacity study, yes.
Fine. And all of those have been fed into the HELA. But what comes out is dependent upon site-specific assessments, and brownfield status is just one of those elements in making that assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the problem is that it doesn't all come together in one place. So the problem I've got, Chair, is that, when people say to me, you're building on green fields, why don't we build on all the brownfield site? I can't easily identify a single document that brings it all together. It's all hidden in the detail of the HELA, the brownfield site register, or potentially, I didn't even read the, what's it called? Urban capacity study from whenever it was. I think that, to reassure, certainly for my residents, I'd like something that brings it all together.
Okay, fine. I've got the message.
Thank you.
I've got the message.
Good.
So the question is, really, can you provide information to all councillors of the number of brownfield sites, the number of brownfield sites that are now being proposed to be included in the sites upon which development is envisaged to take place, so that you'll be able to say, identify 20%, 90%, whatever percent of brownfield sites will have development, and for whatever reasons, no doubt it's perfectly sound, X proportion will not be, of X proportion of brownfield sites will not be developed, as far as you're aware. Is it possible to produce that sort of a split?
My understanding is that it is possible. I'll look to Mr. Careful, but I think that could be done. I don't know in terms of timescales when that can be done by, but theoretically, yes, I think that is possible to do.
Fine. It will not be done by tomorrow. It will not be done by Wednesday. But it would be background information for your purposes of being able to, for all councillors' purposes, to be able to explain to the residents that particular element of the local plan. That seems to me to be as good a way forward as we can get at the moment. Does that meet your needs?
I think it does. And I do think it would be useful for all councillors, because as we're prioritising brownfield site development over greenfield, we want to be reassured that we've fully assessed our capacity in that respect.
Given that there's going to be a discussion on Wednesday, and that will not be the last time the council as a whole considers the local plan, we should, I think it's speaking on behalf of officers, I presume it would be reasonable to say that we will be in a more informed position before we make the final decision than we currently are. So I think a useful contribution, Councillor Keithley, and not meant in a patronising way at all.
Thank you. I think the key piece of work is the urban capacity study that's been referenced, and so I think certainly in the short term, whilst we can do some number crunching to work out, what our sort of level of brownfield sites are. I think if members want the comfort that we've thoroughly explored urban capacity, then that's the piece of evidence that members need to look at. I think the thing with urban capacity sites in particular is the distinction between the suitability of a site for development and its availability for development. So the urban capacity work, from memory, comes up with a much higher figure, but that's because it's purely looking at, or primarily looking at, the suitability, and it's saying, well, if you were to build on all these car parks, then you can build thousands of homes across South Warwickshire. But the question we have to ask ourselves, both from a planning authority, but also from I suppose a corporate position, is it appropriate to build on car parks, or do they have a more preferable alternative use? And that's the difficulty with some of the brownfield sites, is that yes, in theory, it's really useful to and productive to bring forward these sites, but if they've got better uses, then they often don't come forward. And just to give members the comfort, so the biggest brownfield site I think we've got in the plan, let's say discounting Longmarston Airfield, which is partly brownfield, is the canal quarters still in there. Obviously that's been in the current plan, and it's trying to bring those forward. But where appropriate, we certainly have endeavoured to incorporate these sites into the plan. The other point I'd make is that there is a distinction between the allocations versus the, if you like, the policy approach, and certainly our policies are designed to support, encourage brownfield land redevelopment, including with the densification as well. So hopefully, members, you've got the comfort that we've done what we can. I think the biggest challenge we've got is that we've got a very high housing number, and it's trying to provide that amount of housing in what is a rural area. Invariably means we do have to look at greenfield sites.
Thank you for that. I feel there is a paper coming on that when the data is available, given what Mr. Careford just said, it would be important to be able to interpret the data to get the accurate picture. So it may well be, and I won't promise this, but it might be appropriate that we have a discussion at a subsequent OSC meeting of a paper which discusses the use of brownfield sites, so that we understand the officers have an opportunity to present the data and the surrounding information, which leads to a more informed interpretation rather than just this number versus that number. Fine. I think Councillor Crump was next.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Been going near 2 hours. I think it's time for a crump one to start off with, just about the information about the brownfield and the greenfield being buried. So I thought we'll bring that one in. Don't have to smile at that one, Mr. Careford, but I'll give you an opportunity. My going back on a serious point is to do with risk. It relates to the risk of having to cooperate with local authorities. Obviously, there is something, but again, a little bit more detail about that would be good. And if on the worst case scenario we had to go down, we didn't get in time, we had to go undertake the work under the new regime, is it correct that that risk or duty, that duty to cooperate with other local authorities is removed in the new regime? Thank you.
Sorry, that's a very important point, because as I understand it, the plan as currently presented works on the basis that there is no duty. There may be a duty to cooperate, but there is no basis upon which the cooperation should take place, which is different to the existing arrangement. So I think that the question Councillor Crump raises is very important. Anybody able to answer?
Yes, so the duty to cooperate is already gone, but it remains as a sort of plan-making principle to cooperate effectively with your neighbouring authorities as well as other various bodies. We've prepared a statement to that effect. It's Appendix 7 to the papers that sort of sets out the approach. One of the key tasks, as is the case, when you get to this point in the plan making process, is to crystallise those agreements through statements of common ground, and then they are submitted to the inspector. And again, having them in writing is that demonstration that you've got that support, and you've agreed. These are the issues that you've agreed with, and it's very clear as to what the outstanding issues are. I think in many respects the need for cooperation has been diluted somewhat by the application of the standard method figures, because what's happened is, let's say the Metropolitan Authority's numbers have gone down and ours have gone up. Now, if that change hadn't have happened, then that's where the cooperation would have happened, where we'd been being asked by the Metropolitan Authorities, well, can you take some of our housing? In effect, it's become our housing regardless. There is one key issue of cooperation, which is with Coventry and employment numbers, which is set out in the reports and that. But as I say, the key thing is we're still treating it as a duty, although legally it's no longer a test that we have to pass. So it does make the ability to get through examination easier now that the duty has gone.
Councillor, follow up.
Yeah, just a very brief one. So from that, the risk of having to incorporate additional numbers is very low, because obviously the change in the standard assessment, moving away from the urban rather to the shires in terms of numbers, means they're more likely to be able to achieve their own plan with their existing land that they've got, which was what I gathered. But have we got? You mentioned something in writing in Appendix 7. Have we got real confirmation about that from people like Coventry and Birmingham to say, well, yes, you don't really need to consider taking additional houses because we can't meet them?
Is it an assumption, or just is it evidence driven?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have specific written confirmation that there isn't going to be an ask for either Stratford or Warwick district councils to take on any unmet need, whether that's housing or employment. The position we're taking at the moment in the Regulation 19 is that there isn't currently evidence, robust evidence to justify either council doing so. That we're obviously working through that, and things will change. You know, things are moving. Obviously, between both the councils and the neighbouring authorities and the housing market areas that both councils are in, there's a lot of local authorities within that scope that, in theory, could ask the district councils to help meet their unmet need. So it's something that will be examined through the examination, and it may be that some of those local authorities may, you know, put in a request and want to be heard at the examination on that respect. There's a lot of work going on at the kind of the regional level, and also the other complication, just to mention, is the emergence of the new spatial development strategies, which are coming in at that that kind of like new or reborn version of regional planning that those of us who are old enough to remember had it previously. So that adds an extra complication, and you'll probably be aware that the West Midlands Combined Authority are one of the kind of like the first SDS areas and most progressed to come up with their strategy for that area. So that's another layer of designation that could look to meet the need within those areas. So there's various kind of moving parts at the moment. It is obviously a risk to the council, but it's the position at the moment is that the councils are not intending to kind of meet any unmet need. Places like Coventry, they're currently in examination, so we're waiting for the results of the examination to come out. All the local authorities at different stages of their plan making process. So but as Mr. Careford said, it is no longer a legal requirement to meet the duty to cooperate. That legal requirement was taken out earlier this year, but it is still a requirement in the MPPF to maintain effective cooperation. So it will be something that is considered through the examination, if that helps in any way.
So I take that the cooperation could, in extreme, take the form of a polite no, thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. There have been a number of changes to the plan since it was first revealed to the public, I think, on 18th of May. And those have been, to some extent, in consultation with members. After this week, and assuming everything goes ahead as planned, I'm wondering how extensive will be the refinements to the plan going forward, and will members be engaged in further consultations, either individually and or collectively?
Thank you. Before you answer, I would like to raise a point which is analogous to that which Councillor Rice has just raised. And I'm going to refer to page 8 of the paper that the council will, the joint cabinet committee will have to consider on tomorrow. Point 9. And if I compare that with on page 5, there's a difference, and I don't know whether this is semantics or whether it's me. For the sake of, it could well be, but paragraph 9 says, given the work required above, agree that once both councils have approved the Reg 19 consultation, that the South Warwickshire local plan will not be considered and approved for submission by either council prior to it being submitted to the Secretary of State for examination on the 31st of December. Contrast that with the statement on page 8, paragraph 9, which says, agree that following the close of the Regulation 19 consultation, the response to the consultation will be reported to both councils, and both councils agree that following the close of the Regulation 19 consultation, the response to the consultation will be reported to both councils, and that both councils will at that time be asked to approve the South Warwickshire local plan and associated documents for submission to the Secretary of State for examination. So it's that one word not appears in one version and not in the other. And I can't square the two.
Thank you, Chair. No, you are correct in the difference. So the previous approach was that we would be agreeing, or essentially agreeing, or having authority to submit the plan in December, but getting that authority now. And that is not unusual practice. You can think of a few councils that have done that recently. However, there has been a legal challenge to one of those councils, and whilst the challenge is no longer being proceeded because the council has then subsequently got approval system, we don't have a legal high court decision on this. I think it is probably best practice, and I know it's the desire of the portfolio holder, that members have the opportunity to reflect on any changes to the plan that arise from the Reg 19 consultation. So we are now proposing to take the modifications that we wish to make to the plan to council in December, and then seek the authority to submit the plan in December. It won't be an opportunity to rehash the plan as a whole, but it's about making sure members are comfortable that these set of changes, if there are any, but these changes that you've seen those, you're comfortable with those, and you wish to make them as modifications to the plan. Now, at that point, they are modifications to the inspector, and it'll be for the inspector to agree or disagree with them. But it's certainly saying that yes, we've reflected on what we've heard at Regulation 19. We're going to make those. We would like to make these modifications.
Supplementary for Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. And will those refinements be done in consultation with the members affected directly by those refinements?
I think it would depend on the scale of the issue, but I'd like to think so. Yes, I can't give you a hard guarantee because I'm just mindful of the time constraints we're up against. But certainly the way we would like to do that would be in consultation with the relevant ward member. Yes.
Okay, and I've currently got 2 councillors who want to speak, and then, given the lateness of the hour, I'm going to suggest, if you want, we have a comfort break. Is that fine? So we'll go to Councillor Alcock first, and then to Councillor Coucher.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to go back to cooperation, if that's all right. How much of a effect on our numbers has a cooperation with the neighbouring authority made?
Are you referring to Coventry?
Actually, either of the neighbouring, oh, any, or all, any, you know,
Any.
I'm just interested on that side of our numbers.
So the question is, how many houses have we been required to provide for within the Stratford district in the past as a result of a duty to cooperate? Is that a noble number?
Not in the past, Chair, as in
In
now.
this plan.
Well, the answer now is nil.
In this plan,
Nil.
it's zero both for housing and employment.
Right, okay, so then the question then would come to the past, but I wanted to know for now first.
Then I'll scrub the request to provide the number for the past. Ignore that. Councillor Coucher.
If I can just say, we have been very robust, I think, because of the change in, as John Covert has said, in the standard numbers, which has gone up so much, and the reduction in the metropolitan area. It's been very easy to go back to those authorities saying, you deal with your own numbers in your own areas. You've got your own green belt. You can build on that rather than building on our green belt. And I think that's the approach that we've taken up until now. So I think that's why I think it is low risk in relation to taking a view that we do not have to take numbers from neighbouring authorities. We've also said, I think, fairly robustly to Cotswold as well, that we're not prepared to take their numbers either, because they've obviously got constraints with the area of outstanding natural beauty. The bit that I wanted to come in here was to make it quite clear that we in Stratford here have been very keen to ensure that actually members do have final sign-off of this plan in December. I think Warwick was taking a rather different approach, and their view was that they wanted sign-off now. I really can't comment as to why that would be, but I think because we are in a developing process, work does not stop on this plan on Wednesday this week. There's still a huge amount of work still ongoing on it, and almost certainly there will be a number of changes to the plan which will emerge before December, and so therefore it was very important that we made sure that members at the end of the day would have the final say of that, and it wouldn't just slip through to the inspector without full transparency.
Thank you for that. I think that's an important point to make, because there doesn't seem to be any point at all of going through a Regulation 19 consultation process if it's going to have absolutely no effect. And the fact that there's an indication that any representations will be analysed, will be reflected and thought upon, and that it will come back to councillors for a final decision on whether to submit or not, seems to me to be childishly simple, straightforward, and the right way to go. Unless, I know Councillor Crump wanted to say something about risk, but can it wait, or can we have our little break? No, we...
We'll briefly after the hydration break.
Thank you. I'll adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. If we could, well, 12 minutes perhaps, if we could return for 12:20, please. Beg your pardon. Just saying, Councillor Passingham has had to leave. He has a domestic issue he has to deal with, taking care of an individual. We're going to restart with Councillor Crump. Wanted to make a point.
I think it was the point was just confirming about the risk regarding duty to cooperate, and I think we'd have that question. But I think it was good that the question was asked, because then members of the public will say, "Oh, the council hasn't considered that," when in fact it has been considered. You've looked at it regarding Coventry, you looked at it regarding Birmingham, look at the what the West Midlands Combined Authority are likely be doing to do the area strategy. So I think that is really good, because then as a scrutiny committee, we have to not just look at this, but risk is in our rationale. And our raison d'etre, that's the word I was looking for. So I think that those questions are really vital. So, and again, I'd like to thank officers for their candid and open responses on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keithley was next.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I just had to find something. Right, I shall bring a bit of sunshine into the conversation. This is a slightly different topic, and I can see some of us have actually seen some sunshine recently. I'd just like us to turn to, please, the electric vehicle infrastructure policy ID6. It's on page 157, I think. There's also page 187 underneath there. I don't know how many members have got an electric vehicle. Would you indulge me with a quick show of hands? Chair?
If it's relevant, yes.
It is. Okay.
Does that,
Few.
Is that three?
Three, not many. This is... he's gone home. Yeah. So this is about electric vehicle infrastructure and delivering it. The reason I'm raising it, Chair, is that I've had an exchange of correspondence with one of my residents, and it's to do with charging electric vehicles. And it came about because we're proposing to allocate some land near the Rosebud Centre for potentially another park and ride of up to 500 cars. And I believe, am I right in saying that the council is about to embark upon a project to put some car park solar panels at the leisure centre? Would that be right? So I think we're going in that direction, and we know that EVs are growing in number, and this plan goes on for some time. Anyway, bringing it to the question. The point really is about the standards that apply to charging points for people with disability or less accessibility, because what we are finding, or certainly the resident finds, is that many of the charging points are just added to existing car parking spaces, and that there are some standards that can be applied in respect of improving the usability for people with disabilities, so that chargers are disabled friendly. So the detail is that it's a British standard, it's BS-PAS 1899, that shapes how disabled charging spaces are designed. It was made advisory by the UK government, but it's not a mandatory one. So the resident is asking that if Stratford wants to welcome disabled visitors in EVs or to support their residents with EVs, then it would be a very good thing to do to have a look at this standard to see whether or not we could adopt it at a level perhaps above that of the minimum standards that are required. And when I mentioned that, I know that my councillor colleague Alcock was very supportive of this suggestion. So I'd just really like to raise that as an issue. I wanted to know whether the officers had any response to that. Thank you.
So the issue is about the suitability of EV charging points for those who are disabled users in one way or another. Accessibility for those. Sure.
On the face of it, Chair, I can't see why we couldn't refer to that. I'm just looking at Mr. Nicholson. I think I think something we could probably include within the plan to make sure that the relevant infrastructure's there. I'd need to look at the detail of the relevant British standard, but certainly, yeah, I don't see why there couldn't be an explicit reference in ID6, for example, unless Mr. Nicholson thinks otherwise.
Yeah, I think we can take that away with us and just look at the detail of the policy as written. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I think, first of all, I know that Councillor Alcock's very pleased about that, and I know my resident would be, the one that raised this issue with me. And if you wish, Sean, I can just drop you a note when we leave here so that I can refer back to the specific standard that provides better accessibility for these charging points for people that have less abilities and disabled people.
And I hope you reflect back to your resident that it shows the system of democratic accountability works, that they can make a request or a suggestion and it surfaces and it actually gets taken note of. Now, just procedurally, your question related to was a specific on relating to policy matters, which takes us in. If we go back to the beginning of the meeting, when I suggested we go through a particular sequence of tasks, I take it then that are we happy to move on from considering questions to do with the paper that the Joint Cabinet Committee is going to consider, and to move on to any other matter to do with the plan that members want to raise? Is that acceptable? I take it is. Fine. So are there other people who would like to raise specifics? Councillor Littlewood.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeking reassurance, really, and implications. I'm looking at the main trajectory spreadsheet on pages 51 and 52 of the excuse me, that's 81 and 82 of the main document. And note that based on the cumulative need and the cumulative delivery expected, Stratford won't achieve or exceed the need for housing until 2032-33, and Warwick 30-31. The concept of trajectory, a step trajectory, was raised by the inspector, so seeking reassurance that this now would address his concerns or the concerns of the inspector. I have a supplementary as well, if I could come back to that as well. Thank you.
Did you get the gist of the question?
I think so.
Fine. No, but I was trying to do two things at once, and to be frank, I didn't cotton it.
Yes. So we are assuming that, or the plan assumes that from sort of day one, the housing target of 1,112 homes is the target that needs to be achieved. Just for clarity, a step trajectory was a case where you assume a lower target, you then ramp up, exceed that your standard target, average target, and then come back down. But we are working on the presumption that the average annual requirement is in effect from day one. What you can see, members, on figure 15 is obviously there is a bit of a shortfall in the first 3 years. Now that is standard practice whenever you jump from whenever there's a significant increase in your housing numbers. It was the same situation we had with the core strategy, and that's partly why then there is the significant oversupply in the sort of early to middle part of the plan, and that's to make up for that shortfall. But the 5-year supply calculation and the trajectory does assume that it's the 1100 figure from day one.
So if I could just after ask a supplementary to that, then clearly these numbers are separated, two separate sheets, one for Warwick, one for Stratford districts. If one of those authorities build out rate failed, what would be the consequences on the other?
Well, so we're having separate trajectories, separate 5-year supply calculations. So there is no impact on the other authority. They are being retained separately, and that's because each authority is meeting its own housing needs within its own district.
So, in other words, the point of that question, I think, was: does the plan survive local government reorganisation? And the answer to that question is yes, it does. Is that correct?
Yes, and with LGR, it is quite often the case that a new larger authority will have different plans for its different constituent areas. We would, depending which authority we end up in, we would have a plan for the South Warwickshire area, but within that it will have different 5-year calculations for what was Warwick District and what was Stratford District.
Thank you very much. That's clear. Councillor Johnson.
I want to follow up again on the housing trajectory paper on page 51. It seems to me there are a number of pressures that might try and distort this timetable. One is the government's aspiration to build 1.5 million houses by whenever it is, 2029. The other is that the housing market is particularly flat at the moment and developers may not want to take things forward at this pace. At what point do we get to review the plan and what powers do we have, if you like, to kind of manage this process going forward?
Degree of flexibility.
Yes. So I suppose there's different routes there. So the trajectory we've set out is what we consider to be a reasonable one. Trajectories are always a bit of an art, and there's never an exact science to them. And I suppose, Councillor, you've rightly hit on the two opposing drivers for the housing market. On the one hand, we've got the government saying build, 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 but on the other hand, we've got the actual market that's a little bit softer. We think we've struck an appropriate level. We will obviously review the trajectory prior to submission to make sure it's still based on the up-to-date data. We're in the process, so colleagues are doing the monitoring for last year. So we will need to update it. The biggest test will be at examination, when the inspector will go through this in detail to have the confidence that it's achievable. I think we are being a bit conservative, and I think in many respects some of the sites will probably come forward more quickly. That's a good thing because it does help with maintaining the 5-year supply. Our 5-year supply figures are relatively quite tight. They're both at just over 5, so that does suggest that we're not being overly optimistic around delivery. And as I say, there is allowance for further sites to come into play to bolster that further. The other point I'd make is that as a local plan, it will need to be reviewed every 5 years at least. So we would have that opportunity to reflect on the trajectory and update it. And in any event, the trajectory published now is at a point in time. Every year we publish our 5-year supply position, and that will have an updated 5-year trajectory in any event. So it's done on a sort of annual basis as part of the monitoring of the plan.
Thank you. Councillor Crump was next.
Again, I don't know what it is today, Mr. Careford, but I'm indicating to speak, and then you're coming in with points that partially answer the question. So you must be psychic. Yeah, don't suppose you got the lottery numbers for Wednesday by any chance, have you? You might need them after Wednesday, after the forecast. No, that's another matter. We won't go there. I think the point about trajectory is quite important, and then you touched on in the report, because this is mixed with the trajectory report, and saying about our 5-year housing and land supply being quite tight, and you'd taken a conservative approach on that. So again, that's not unreasonable. I think the point that in the report, page 17, 3.15, is going to be the key delivery test around the 20% buffer. So again, I think from some indication, how close to that we'll be getting is later in the year, because obviously the concern about the 5-year housing and land supply will be pertinent when it's examined in public. So I think any information we can get is good. The fact that you have got some sites sort of like in your back pocket to bring forward to if things don't go as either the trajectory or things don't come to fruition as early as possible, I think that is good. But I think from a scrutiny point of view, there is some element of risk, but that seems that element of risk is being moderated, but there is some area of risk there. So just some reassurance about that, but it just seems to be things are in place, but just reassurance from the officers, really.
Well, hopefully, members, I can give you that comfort. But you're right, Councillor. Yeah, there are risks. There are always risks with the housing trajectory, unless you've massively exceeded your requirements. Obviously, the higher those requirements are, the more challenging it's to do that. I think and this is why we'll be updating the trajectory in advance of submission, just to make sure it is fully up to date. I was just been trying to find the guidance in respect of the 5 years. I can't see what I was looking for, but I'm pretty sure that the test is whether you apply 20% buffer if there's been persistent under delivery. Now, my reading of the word persistent is it has to have occurred over a number of years.
Yeah, I think it says 3 years in the report, John.
Okay, thank you. And if I don't think that's the case, certainly in Stratford district, yes, I think the year just gone, I think we'll have a low number, but I don't think you could reasonably claim that the delivery has been persistently under what it should be. But and this is where the point about flexibility, the more sites you've got in the plan, the more ability you've got to say, right, if that site doesn't come forward or it doesn't have a great impact because we've got these sites over here, and it's having that flexibility as well.
I'm just going to compliment you, Councillor Crump, on your genetic predisposal as an accountant to the concept of prudence. Councillor Littlewood was next.
Thank you again, Chair. Housing delivery numbers as well. With local government reorganisation on the horizon, and it occurs to me that there might or might not, wish to be clear, get a clear answer on this really, that we have a means as a unitary authority to look at promoting the authority's social housing build, financing it or promoting it in some way. That seems to me as also a means to achieve a 5-year housing land supply, or help to manage it. What? And this, I suppose, is for Mr. Buckland more than Mr. Careford. What are the possibilities of that? Can that be built in? Is it possible to construct a policy strategy that could be agreed by the joint councils and promoted at this next meeting?
Crikey. Hadn't predicted that question coming out this morning, but your Councillor Little was right. Whichever solutions for local government reorganisation will see the establishment of a housing revenue account in Stratford, which we haven't had since 1996, since the council took the decision to sell the housing stock to South Warwickshire Housing Association. I'm going to have to defer the question. I really can't give you. I'll be winging it, and that's not my style. So I'll look into that particular issue and come back to you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd be very grateful, and I think most members would be interested in some sort of report on that, message on that point.
Good question. Whenever the officer has to say, need some time for that one, it's a good question. Are there others? I have a couple of issues I'd like to raise. Yes. If you look at page 252, it's the absolute bottom of the page number 252. It's either 222 or 252, but I'll refer to it as 252. And there's a map, a coloured map with housing market zones. And in the first line, it says, for the benefit of those at home, details of which parishes in South Warwickshire are, quote, designated rural areas are available in the Appendix 4. Appendix 4 lists out all the parishes that are to be included in this designated rural areas. And I counted there were 105 parishes. That's a lot of people. There'll be a lot of people around the table who represent a good number of those parishes. What I don't know is, in planning terms, planning policy terms, what does designated rural area mean in terms of planning policy? What applies or doesn't apply in a designated rural area that does or doesn't apply in a non-designated rural area? So what's the significance of the term designated rural area? What privileges or obligations does it provide or otherwise?
Thank you, Chair. So I think the first point, so the map that's on that quoted page, that relates to the viability work in the value zones. It's not relevant to the designation of rural areas. So that designated rural areas is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to wrap my brains where it's come from. It's a housing designation, and it's to do with the fact that there are certain areas where, and it's got quite messy, and we've applied this in the previous core strategy because it's to do with the number of homes within, I think, the super output area or the ward or the parish, and it gives some apparent slightly arbitrary outcomes. But the benefit of having it is it does allow you to reasonably apply a lower affordable housing threshold than you would otherwise wish to provide in say more built up areas, and that's reflective of the fact that you're not going to get the quantum of development in those really rural parts of the district. And if you were to, let's say, apply a threshold of 10 units in a very rural part of the district, well, you're unlikely to get that scale of development, and therefore you're unlikely to get affordable housing provided. So it's a way of making sure that rural areas that aren't most appropriate for providing affordable housing, still get some affordable housing. And Appendix 4 is the list of those parishes that it applies to, but I don't know.
I think the gut of my point is the current core strategy provides a clear distinction between land which is inside a built-up area boundary and land which is open countryside. You're either one side of the line or you're the other. And I'm just trying to understand what the relevance of that distinction is in relation to the designation of a designated rural area. Is it an alternate wording for the same intention, or is it quite different?
So it's different from whether the policy HO3 that sets out the approach, and it's the designated rural area cuts across this, but you've got the plan that refers to development within the boundary or outside the boundary, but the designated rural area is different to that. As I say, it's a way to ensure that rural areas don't lose out on the affordable housing. The core strategy still applies the same approach of it applying a slightly different threshold, as well as having that distinction between within the built-up area boundary where it's acceptable for development to occur versus outside the built-up area boundary where there is a general presumption against development other than, say, for affordable housing.
Personally, I find that a useful conversation because it does draw the distinction between core strategy, open countryside, and designated rural area that relates to affordable housing and not much more. Fine. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. That discussion raises, in my mind, a question about neighbourhood development plans. I've read somewhere that there are only 4 that are regarded as up to date. When will those parishes be encouraged to start reviewing and developing their neighbourhood development plans?
Good question, because I know that all those who've got parishes in their wards will have pressure from councils, parish councils, wanting to know how they make their NDPs effective again. Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, we're aware that some NDP groups are already starting to review their NDPs. I think 12, is the latest figure I've heard, that are kind of in that process of starting to review their neighbourhood plans. So yeah, I think as once the Regulation 19 is out for consultation and obviously subject to it being approved on Wednesday, then we are looking to kind of get that messaging out to really kind of encourage and also try and understand what their timelines are, obviously, because it does impact on the resources of the team, because if everybody wanted to do it all at the same time, that has a big resource implication for the officers. So it's trying to understand when and if, and also not just reviewing the existing 32 that we've got, but also there may be new parishes that want to produce a new one that didn't do one first time round. So we are in the process of doing that alongside the process for allocating out the funding that the council set aside earlier this year to support those groups in bringing forward those neighbourhood plans.
Thank you. May I just ask a quick follow-up? So what should parish councils do? Wait for an announcement that is likely to be before the end of this year?
Well, there will definitely be an announcement before the end of this year. I'd like to hope kind of over the summer, kind of early autumn. But yeah, there's no reason why groups can't, as I say, we're aware of a number of groups that are already starting their reviews, they're commissioning their housing needs surveys, they're starting to do that early engagement. We've been holding off because of to some extent, the Regulation 19 consultation, because we feel that all of the neighbourhood groups should have look at this before they really go too far with their neighbourhood plan work. So, but yeah, we're certainly not saying don't do anything. We're working with those that are kind of proactively coming forward now. But yeah, we are going to get some messaging out once the Regulation 19 is out. and people have had a chance to have a look at it, we will be getting some wording out. But we're certainly not saying to groups at the moment, don't do any work. If they want to do work, that's fine with us. And to be honest, the more that we can stagger them, it helps to manage the resources as well.
I think there is a need for some communication from the centre to parishes, because whilst there may be 12 who are already off the starting blocks and up and running, there will be others who may not yet see the need and may not have begun thinking about revising their plan. I'm going to pull rank on you on this one, because I've got one or two issues I still want to. And
Yeah, this was just really pertinent to this one. This point about the messaging to the availability of the funding, which is fair. Yeah, we've got the money available, and like I say, Jo, just before, she again just I was asking the question, she came out with a point about messaging, which I think is a really good point. The amount of money available and how that money could be used for. If that message gets out, I know Councillor Keithley said the parish forum has done that, and we've had some really good briefings on teams with parishes, which I've been to some and some I can't. And again, if that could be mentioned as part of that, I think that would be really helpful. And again, particularly the amount of money available globally, and also potentially for each parish council if they came forward. So that was just a point. So I'll shut up now.
I'm grateful. I wanted to raise a matter of principle, really. I see an out-and-out conflict between what is proposed in the plan and what a certain proportion of residents actually want. The principle in the plan is high densities, anything up to 60. And on the other hand, I see from housing needs surveys requests that what's needed, amongst other things, are more bungalows. And I just don't see how you can have 60 bungalows to the hectare. There's a conflict. We've got an aging population. We want to encourage people to trade down from large houses to smaller houses as and when they can, so it frees up the whole system. There is a dearth of bungalows generally, and I can't understand why there isn't some mention or emphasis on the provision of bungalows. And I know the arguments about space taken and viability of bungalows and so on, but the plan as drawn will do nothing to provide an ability for people to trade down as they get older and want smaller properties, on one plane, bedrooms that they don't have to go upstairs to, etc., etc. So could I understand from those who have been involved more closely what debate has taken place about the need for bungalows and how that has been resolved or not resolved?
Thank you, Chair. I think I think people often refer to bungalows, but what they mean is housing accommodation on one level, isn't it? And that can be achieved through flatted development as well. It's trying to strike that balance, because what we're trying to do is, if we can get achieve greater densities, then that does allow potential downsizing. And there may well be people who live in existing bungalows who do actually want to, it might be a 3-4 bed bungalow that want to downsize into a 1 or 2 bed flat that's got more facilities close by. So it's trying to strike that balance, and the desire for densification really has come from the joint committee, and I think it's the right principle to apply. If you look at policy DS20, yes, certainly within the the higher order settlements, and within a certain distance of railway station, yes, we're talking about a minimum density of 60 dph. In other areas, it's around optimization. So I think there. The other point I'd note, and this sort of touches upon the role of neighbour plans, is we're not imposing a top-down figure or requirement for parishes or neighbour plans to provide housing for, but we are encouraging and supporting neighbour plans to bring forward their own allocations. And I can't see why that if a neighbour plan is supported by a housing needs survey that suggests and demonstrates a need for bungalows or any particular type of accommodation, then whilst there's no reason I can see why the NDP can't ensure that that provision is then made within that particular parish. So I think there's different different approaches. The other point being that obviously if there's a need for affordable units, we still are supportive of rural exception sites coming forward in this plan. And again, if there's evidence of the need, and then that can weigh into it. So I think it's a balanced and mixed approach that, when the plan read as a whole, I think should give us a broad range of housing types that do meet those future needs.
Thank you for that reply. I remain sceptical, but I hear what you say. Given the hour, I make it 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. We'll have been informally in session for approaching 3 hours. So I would like to read the following statement, which says, due to the time and in accordance with the Constitution, a vote is needed to continue the meeting. Unless the vote is not carried, the remaining business will be considered at a time and a date fixed at the next ordinary meeting. I think it would be highly convenient if we could carry on, and I'm prepared to have an adjournment for lunch, because I know there are people who have specific needs. I'm proposing a motion that we should adjourn for lunch for half an hour from 1 o'clock. Can I have a show of those in favour? Can I have a show of those who are against? No abstentions. I'll adjourn for half an hour. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you, Chair. All right. Hopefully, I'm going to start. I know Councillor Johnson wants to tell us that Councillor Alcock is detained on an important matter elsewhere, but will be back with us as soon as possible. So I hope that's encapsulated your message. Thank you. Mr. Buckland would like to answer the question that he couldn't answer because of the complexity of it at the time for Councillor Littlewood, which I'm sure we'll all be interested in. Mr. Buckland, to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we put it through Copilot and it says yes, but that isn't the formal response from the council. It would be helpful, but in a modest regard. We've looked at the housing delivery for our closest colleagues at Warwick, and they had 50 new housing developments through their HRA in 22-23 and 23-24. Much better performance in 24-25, where they've had 115 new properties developed through the HRA. So yes, it would be helpful, but it wouldn't solve the 5-year housing supply in itself. But thank you.
Satisfied?
Yeah, that's a clear answer, and thank you very much, Mr. Buckland. The only comment I would make on that is it may sound a small contribution, but cleverly allocated within rural communities, that would be a very significant contribution. And at the end of the day, 50 houses when we need to build 1,100 or whatever, it's still a significant number.
Absolutely agree with the comment and the sentiment. Of course, we've been extraordinarily successful in the delivery of social housing across the piece as well. That is tied to the very high level of housing that we have had within the district, but that would be at the expense of some of that social housing. The grants that were given to other organisations would be grants that we'd be using as ourselves. So yeah, it's impossible to say how many additional units, but we would expect that there would be some additional units.
Okay. In the absence of further indications of people who want to speak, I got one question I would like, or one matter I'd like to point to before we go to the final section of the meeting, hopefully, of summing up what are the messages that you would want me to take to the Joint Cabinet Committee on tomorrow evening. But while you're thinking about that, I have a question or a statement really, and it relates to Gypsies and Travellers policy. And if you turn to page 238 or 268, as the dual numbers, there are words there which say that one of the object in the explanation of the justification for the policy, to quote, that the part of the intention of this policy in paragraph 5.44 is to promote a sustainable, balanced and integrated community, and goes on, it reflects policy HO10 under the design principles, where the site appears in relation to Gypsy and Traveller sites, the site appears as an open community, the site appears as an open community integrated with its surroundings. I just wanted to point out the ambition that policy intention declares, so to speak, because I have got in my ward a Gypsies and Travellers site for 16 pitches where issues arise from time to time which involve the enforcement officer. And the enforcement officer will not go onto that site without police presence. This site has been in existence since 2008, and despite efforts or willingness perhaps, there is little sign of integration. So I just caution the ambition that policy justification gives for the policy toward the changed policy towards the provision of Gypsies and Traveller sites, which administrations of both colours or any colour have failed to provide. The previous policy of having an obligation to provide a certain number of sites, 59 or 71, whichever way you counted them, we didn't manage to to do it in when I was part of the administration. The current administration hasn't managed to do it, and I fear that unless a much more deliberative approach is taken to the provision of sites, which, with all the unpopularity and difficulties that might involve, unless that is that sort of an approach is adopted one way or another, I think the approach that is outlined or set out in the local plan is ambitious, to say the least. That's a statement rather than a question, but if people want to comment, then that's fine. Councillor Littlewood had his hand up first.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to comment because you brought up policy HO10. I'm particularly looking at 10C, which is on the following page, page 270 of the main document, or 240 of the plan. I'll read it out for those at home. With particular regard to travelling show people accommodation, employment uses should be restricted to positively designed live work plots or areas specifically designated and properly designated for such use, recognising that large equipment is essential to the lifestyle of many travelling show people. Plots should have adequate space for the storage and maintenance of equipment and be laid out to avoid conflict between vehicles and residents. Now, I have an actual case for this, so I don't want to refer to that particularly because it's still in planning evaluation. But the point I'm making is I think the core strategy was weak on this particular area. I believe that this is a weak statement. The fact of the matter is that travelling and show people's yards are hybrid developments. They have an industrial side to it where they need a hard standing with safe areas to work at height. They're very large pieces of equipment, and they also need to have recognition that mineral oils and other industrial materials will be used on a regular basis during the maintenance program, and that needs to be separate away from the living area. These are called yards. There is a specification that's been set out, I'm sure officers understand it and know about it, by the Travelling Showmen's Guild. It's quite clear how they lay it out. I don't think we are clear enough on our policy, either currently or in this one, to actually specify it sufficiently, and I would like to see an enhancement of that. But I'm very interested to hear what officers' thoughts are.
Thank you for that. I'll come to you, Joe, to respond, but can I just make clear that I had not discussed my point with Councillor Littlewood or any other councillor, in fact, before I said what I said and what he said. Joe, would you like to respond to the question about mixed use and industrial yards, etc.?
Yeah, in terms of the travelling show people, that's something that we can certainly take away and have a look at. But there does need to be an element of kind of flexibility within the policy itself, because obviously each application will be slightly different. They'll want slightly different needs. So there's a balance between being too prescriptive and being too vague. And we perhaps relook at whether we've been specific enough as needs to be. In terms of the general point about the design principles being ambitious, I think I would agree, and I think that's right. And I think that the difference between now and in the past is that in the past within the district we've relied primarily on speculative applications, the private sector to come forward with sites, and therefore it's been more difficult arguably to control the design and the location of those. The approach that we're taking within the South Warwickshire local plan, which is the first time within the district as far as I'm aware, is that we are looking to identify the sites within the strategic growth areas. So there will be more the ability, you know, as the council works with the promoters and the developers, there'll be more opportunity to kind of influence that design well, that's the hope, that's the ambition, that doing it in a different way, in a more kind of planned, coordinated, structured way, rather than in the past, which has been more speculative applications, enables us to have better design and create communities that are more integrated as much as possible. So that's, I think, is why we feel like we can go further on the design aspects, because, you know, we're obviously aware as officers of issues that have arisen from previous kind of developments, and so looking to try and learn from the past and move forward about how can we try and avoid some of those issues that have arisen in the future.
I'll take encouragement from that. I've made my statement, expressed my point of view, and I'm glad to know that the document now proposes something different. We're not going to carry on trying to breathe life into this particular dead horse. It is dead. The policy currently doesn't work. So a change is better than I wish it well. Leave it at that. Councillor, shall I make clear that I'm hoping that we can move towards the conclusion of the meeting by identifying what those things are that the messages you want me to transmit. So I'm not looking to prolong the discussion too much further.
No, this is, again, it's related to the gypsies and travellers and show people. And I got it down, it was one of my questions on the phone. There's 2 points. One, negotiated stop and approach. Yes, sensible, support that. Obviously, the Harbury Lane area, it's Warwick District, but that's likely to be the current Leamington FC ground, football ground, I believe, and that's reliant on the new community facility being built, so there's going to be some time scale. We might need some extra time on that one, Moser? As long as you don't pay the penalty for that one. Yes, I can see you throwing something at me, but there's 2 points on this. One, I agree with this, sustainability of locations. Again, makes sense. Why should gypsies and travellers people don't live in the unsustainable location? Because that's the whole purpose of this plan, to have areas, developments in sustainable locations. My only point is whether the gypsies and travellers organisations were consulted on the best places for these locations, because we might be putting them in places that we think are good, but are not necessarily in a place they good or not on their travelling route. So that's just the point I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you want to respond?
We'd have to check with the lead officer on this work, whether there was engagement with the police on the location.
No, it's the travelling community.
The travelling community. Well, we've had an updated piece of evidence base, the updated Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment, which is for South Warwickshire, and that certainly did engage with the travelling communities, and part of that commission also looked at kind of preferences where they would like to be located within South Warwickshire. I'm not sure that specifically the sites identified in the Regulation 19 have been specifically consulted on with the travelling community to date.
There's 6 months to. There's 6 months to go. So, if you feel the need and you think it would strengthen the plan, I'm sure you would do that. I've got Councillor Jones first, and then Councillor Croucher.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it short in the interest of moving the meeting forward, but I really strongly agree with your point, Chair, and also Councillors Littlewoods and Crumps. It's a particularly pertinent issue in my ward, and I think, to quote Joe's point, I think more structure versus speculation in the plan moving forward is incredibly important, because I think, again, to quote the Chair, it doesn't quite work as things stand. There's a lot of sort of piecemeal stuff going on. It's becoming very difficult to move these issues forward and enforce them, and I just think this is a great opportunity to be really explicit about how we can sort of unblock something that is clearly becoming a dynamic in lots of different people's wards. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Croucher.
When we were setting out on the whole development strategy, and obviously going for strategic growth areas, what we wanted to do was to make sure that those types of development, which are very often regarded as an exception to policy were actually incorporated in it. So we've had enormous pressures here in relation to custom and self-build, and also in relation to gypsies. And so therefore we wanted to make sure that within the strategic growth areas, which are the large development areas, that we made provision for these specialist requirements. Obviously, there's going to have to be a lot of work done on the detail of that, because as we found out, particularly I think in Henley, we don't want this in the shop window necessarily in relation to that strategic growth area, but we need to find an appropriate part within the allocation. But it's to make sure that they're not just left with a generalist policy as we've had in the past, because we know it's extremely difficult to find acceptable sites. So this is trying to plan from day one.
And that's an improvement. That's great. Mr. Kerford would like a word.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fair to say in broad terms that because of the spread of strategic sites we've got across the district and South Warwickshire, that we are picking up the broad migration routes for gypsy and travellers. It is always a balance, though, because as Councillor Couch has just said, one of the reasons we've had to go down this route is the paucity of specific sites in that regard. As has been said, the balanced approach we've got of using designated or temporary stopping positions does allow that if it transpires that the sites aren't being located, that you've got that flexible approach to meet any needs of particularly transit communities that are coming through. But I think the biggest benefit is by having our needs met. If we are witness to unauthorised encampments, we can legitimately say and enforce against them and say, look, there are alternative sites you can go to, and that then strengthens your hand in terms of dealing with those unauthorised encampments. But I think that the balance of the mix of strategic sites we've got plus the temporary stopping places, I think the two together should, I'm confident, should ensure that our needs are adequately met.
Okay. On that basis, I'm going to move to the conclusion, if we can. Now, I'm very conscious that as individual councillors, we will have an opportunity to vote on whether we think this plan, subject to endorsement by Joint Cabinet Committee, will have an opportunity on Wednesday to cast our vote, whether you support that course of action or whether you don't. So I'll ask you to reserve that judgment for Wednesday. I think the judgment I'm looking for now is the questions we started with at our first meeting, really, which is the framework of viability and deliverability, and that's now been transformed into, it means much the same, but do you consider the plan to be sound to the point where, or sound enough to the point where you would support, if you were making the decision on behalf of the Joint Cabinet, to recommend it for submission. So I want to be able to record those issues, those concerns, that support, whatever sentiment you wish in light of the discussion we've had this morning. What do you want me to say on your behalf at tomorrow's Joint Cabinet meeting? I have heard, we've had a long discussion earlier on about viability and the implications of viability and the variability of viability within the district and the risks involved. We've heard reference to risks within the plan, the biggest one being the road and its financing and what purpose it serves and its implications. We've had concerns about what is Plan B if Plan A doesn't fly. But beyond that, I wouldn't say I'm struggling, but we've been around the house, we've raised various issues, officers have responded with informative answers, but I'm quite happy to augment that list of concerns. But essentially, I haven't heard anybody yet. This isn't a criticism because the question hasn't been posed in these terms. But do you regard the plan as viable and deliverable to the point where you think the Joint Cabinet Committee should recommend that it should go for consultation, or if not, where are your areas of concern? I'm in your hands. Councillor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not about the second part of your question there. But regarding on what you wish to report back, would you, because we had many questions, but due to the skills of Mr. Careford and the other officers here, and also Councillor Crouch, they were answered for our behalf. Would a summary of the questions and the answers help you with your report? Is that the sort of thing you're looking for now? Personally, I don't have any other questions that I need raising because I've raised them and I've had them answered.
For my purpose, for reporting, I don't think it would. I think other councillors who haven't been able to, who aren't here or aren't viewing, may well find that of interest because it'll provide background information about brownfields, etc., that would, and we could. I'm sure that in time, Mr. Hodges can produce questions and answer document which we can circulate to all councillors. But that I don't want to go along. I'm not going to go along to a meeting and say we asked this question, we've got this answer, we're happy with that. What I want to know is what's your judgment? Would you support? And if so, why? What are your concerns, or whatever the opposite of concerns is? Why? What are your grounds for supporting a recommendation? And I'm trying to be even-handed here, not trying to railroad the committee in any particular direction. I want to reflect what you think in what I say.
Sorry, Chair, can I get a point of clarification, please, from the Deputy Monitoring Officer? I'm very conscious that we haven't gone to debate as such in full council. That doesn't happen on Wednesday. So could you give a bit of advice on people, say if we come out now and say, oh, we're supporting or we're not supporting, how does that work with predetermination for Wednesday's meeting?
It is a good point. That's why I made the point right at the beginning that you'll have your opportunity on Wednesday. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm simply asking you to help me out to reflect what you want me to say to the Joint Cabinet Committee. Councillor Harding, going to help us out. Councillor Johnson, beg your pardon. Brain and mouth disengaged.
No, the point I wanted to make, there are a number of things, particularly around bridges, where there's further work still needs to be done to polish the proposal up. And I think that's worthwhile feeding back, that this isn't necessarily, the final document. There is some polishing that still needs to be done, and it will need to come back, and that can come back after the responses to the consultation are known.
Yeah. I think the Deputy Monitor Officer is about to tell me off that I didn't allow him the opportunity to answer Councillor Alcock's question.
No, it was a good point, Chair. I think just what Councillor Johnson says, I think is pretty correct, actually. I mean, we can make some points about the plan, but we're all not confirming that we actually, at the moment, we're saying it's sound. So I'd be quite flexible on, if you refer to points all through the actual Cabinet report, thank you. It's gone up my head. But it doesn't mean you're declaring at the moment, would be my view.
Well, possibly. I don't know. I'm trying to be helpful. I do liken this almost to the budget debate, where at this point you're not making a determination on the budget. That will come on Wednesday when you will all get your opportunity to vote. But this is, if there's some, and on the budget, of course, the OSC gives a determination back to the cabinet as to whether all of the proposals are clear, achievable, and financially sound. Now, I guess there's been a lot of I really value the debate today. I think it's been a very high quality debate, and that can be fed into the decision makers in the first instance, which are the Joint Cabinet Committee, and then, as you say, and I think the point's already been made now, so I won't repeat it, but Council will make that decision on Wednesday. So I think it is a summary of some of the concerns, some of the points which have been raised in the debate can then be fed into tomorrow night's meeting.
Fine. Okay. Well, beyond what I've said, what I will intend to do then is to get a few towels round a table with Mr. Hodges. We'll boil our heads and see what we can come up with, which accurately reflects the concerns, and I will express them not as support or opposition. They won't be put in that way. I'll simply say we discussed various elements, and these are our points of concern. I've alluded to 3. We'll see if there are more that we can justify that aren't simply questions and answers, but points of substance. So for instance, the brownfield thing is an ideal one. Councillor Littlewood.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, I think what you've just said is absolutely right. The transcript will throw those individual items up, but I think the way I'm looking at this is that around the table we have, I think we've scrutinised pretty strongly. I think we've identified concerns and identified potential weaknesses which we've challenged and we've had answers on. I think, as Mr. Careford said right at the beginning, this is not a fully baked dessert yet, and it needs a little bit of pumping and tightening up. So I think if the transcript in perhaps bullet form will be able to cover all those points that are raised, and there were several, it would be quite useful. And what I would request, if possible, is that members of this committee receive a transcript, final copy, when it's available, please. It will be a good aide-memoire, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's fine. You will have to take it on trust, in view of the time scale, that this is not going to be a racehorse designed by a committee that turns out to be a camel. This will be between me and Mr. Hodges to decide what's what and come out with the right form of words. What I would say, however, is that if you feel on the way home there is a particular point you do want reflected, then email me ASAP, and I will try and ensure that the suitable action is taken. Before we come to Councillor Coucher, am I to take it then that you are content to leave it to Mr. Hodges and I to review the discussions, to draw out the points, and when we've finalised the form of words that I'm going to use tomorrow evening, he will circulate that to all members of the committee. Is that an acceptable way forward?
Yes, thank you,
I'm going to come to Councillor Coucher first, then I'll come to you, Councillor Keith.
Mine was just to say, Chair, in your remarks, I think it is essential from this council's point of view that we do come back here for endorsement in December. In other words, members, the decision we take on Wednesday is not the final position. Clearly, there's an awful lot of work going to be ongoing over the summer and early autumn as well about refining the plan, and therefore this council wants to make sure it has its ability to take a final decision in December.
I'm glad you said that, because as far as I'm concerned, that's so obvious. It didn't need saying, so to speak. But I think now that you've made the point, and I understand why you've made the point.
It does need making, because there may be a contrary view from Warwick.
Yes, and we will ensure that takes place, certainly. Councillor Keithley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also glad that Councillor Coucher said what he said, because and it's not just us in this room that matters. Okay, there will be people watching it, and people watch this meeting after the event as well. So the fact that we're coming back towards the end of the year with more information is really important. And just, it would be really remiss of me if I didn't add that probably one of the biggest issues that we've yet to hear more about is in respect of the traffic management of 7,500 houses planned south of the river and a relief road that's supposed to alleviate the traffic through the town centre for the residents of Stratford Town and to allow us to create some space for pedestrianisation and other things. And that piece of work isn't yet fully formed. And the reassurance that we have some time from now until the end of the year to be sure about that, so that, to use David's words, that all of the proposals are clear and sound in our minds is really important. And I think anybody watching this is going to feel reassured by that even through the Regulation 19 stage, when people make representations, that there's still, George, more work to be done because not everything is quite in place just yet.
Thank you for that. That emphasises the point. Until the local plan is approved in December, it is still a draft. Councillor Crump.
Yeah, just going back to adding on to Councillor Keithley's point about sound, deliverable and clear. And I've still got some concerns about imprecise language in the document. Should be supported by, proposals will be expected to, should be designed, will explore opportunities, should seek to retain and enhance, and should be provided. Well, sometimes what should happen doesn't always happen. So I'd like to see some more strengthening of the language, because, well, we did explore the feasibility of that, but it wasn't feasible. Or we did so and so, well, we should have done. So I do think, imprecise and potentially unenforceable language could be a problem in the future. We all know how clever developers are, and not just developers, other people as well. If things aren't nailed down precisely, they could potentially be subvented, and therefore we wouldn't get the developments that we wanted with the necessary infrastructure. So that is my concern. I would like to see more precise language, if possible, with evidence, and it well crafted into like a master plan for each area as well, whether that is possible. But I do have some concerns. Well, we should do this, I should come to a committee and not tell any puns, but I occasionally do. So that's my concern. I think that's a point I would like made. Others might not agree with it, but I would like that point made to the joint committee.
Fine. I think you've set yourself your own homework, because I think it would be extremely helpful for officers if you went through the document, through the local plan, and every time you spot the word should and that you have reservations about, that you can then cite it and provide the officers with a list for them to consider.
I will give examples based on the Southern one that I spent a lot of time, and they relate to national cycle routes, they relate to green bridges, they relate to the underpass on the A423. So I think that will be a flavour that's a generic point that doesn't necessarily always relate to Southam. So I think that's the point. I won't be doing the burning the midnight oil. I think I've done enough work on it, and I will be able to provide relevant examples.
All I can say to the officers is I tried. Anybody, unless there's anybody who wants to say anything else, I think we've had a really, by my standards, a long meeting. I think we had a very productive meeting. I hope people are going away feeling that everything they wanted to say has been said. We now have the task of producing the crib sheet, so to speak, for me to speak from, which will be circulated. We will circulate it as soon as we can. And on that basis, I am going to close the meeting Any other business? Is there any other urgent business that we've been notified of? No. None? None from... We have none. On that basis, I make it 2:07, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, Chair.